it's your favorite NPC, and over the next few hours I'll teach you React the way it's meant to be used, by building real projects. We'll go over components, state management, how to handle events, styling, hooks, navigation, context, and a lot more. I genuinely think that you can't learn React without building something. Therefore, I included a couple of projects so you can immediately practice the theory. So let's get started, guys. React is a free open source JavaScript library for building fast, interactive user interfaces using reusable components. It was created by Jordan Walk, a software engineer at Facebook. First used internally on Facebook's newsfeed, it was open sourced in 2013. It's maintained by Meta and has a huge community of developers. React powers the front end of massive apps like Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Airbnb, and millions of others. Instead of writing massive files, React lets you build your application from small, reusable pieces called components. You then combine those components over and over again until you have a production-ready application. So why should you learn it? First, high demand and popularity. In 2025, React is still the king of front-end development, used by over 40% of professional developers and powered by millions of websites. If you want to increase your chances of landing a job, for example, React is definitely the way to go. In addition, React apps are a lot faster than normal static HTML, CSS, and JavaScript websites. Navigating within pages happens instantly, updating parts of your page is a lot faster and more efficient in general. Therefore, React improves the user experience drastically. So whether you care about yourself or your potential users and customers, React is the way to go. Installing React.js is super easy and works within a minute. Ideally, we install a code editor, which makes coding with React a lot easier. We also need to install Node.js on our system. Together with Node.js comes the Node Package Manager, which allows us to install different packages. We then use the Node Package Manager, also called npm, to install Vite, a modern build tool that helps us to create a React app by only writing a single line of code. So let's do it, guys. Let's start by getting the Node Package Manager. So let's type Node.js into the search bar, click on the first link right here, and right here you can just press Get Node.js. Right here you can now select the operating system you have. I'm going to select Windows because I have a Windows computer, Windows installer right here. We are going to wait for this right here to finish. Once done, we can just click on the MSI right here, and this is going to open the installer right here. This should open the setup wizard right here. You can just press next. I accept the terms in the license agreements. Next. Path right here should be fine. So next. This here is okay as well. So next. Let's press next and install right here. This will take a short time. And once done, you can just press finish right here. Now let's open the terminal. On Windows, you can just enter cmd right here and open the command prompt. This should open a terminal, and now we can check whether the installation has worked by just typing node -v for node version. And now you should see your current node version if the installation has been successful. You can also do npm -v to see whether the npm package manager has been installed. Now that you know that the installation has been successful, we can create our first React app by typing npm create vite at latest. And now we can just choose a project name for our project. And this can be anything you like. I'm just going to say first-app. Let's press enter. If this is your first time, this might ask you to install Vite. If that is the case, you can just press Y and enter. Otherwise, it's going to prompt you to select a framework. We are, of course, going to select React right here. You can choose a variant right here. TypeScript would be fine, but we are going to choose JavaScript in this course. You can select no right here and yes right here. And now this will install all of the necessary dependencies that you'll need for your React project. And once done, we will get this link right here. So now your React project is essentially set up. By pressing Ctrl and pressing this link, we can also open this link within our browser. And you will see this right here is our first React project. We've installed this React project within this folder. So within our C users Gani folder in my case. If you want to create the React project within another folder, you can of course also do so. So let's press Ctrl C to exit right here. Now we have to enter Y to terminate the batch job. And now let's cd, so change directory to our desktop, for example. So now within my terminal, I'm currently on my desktop right here. And now I can create a project right here by again saying npm create read add latest followed by the project name. And let's say this is React minus test. I'm going to press enter again. I have to select the framework. So React, JavaScript, no, yes. And this created this React REST folder right here. So I had a typo there. And you can see I have a couple of folders and a couple of files already. Now let's also get a code editor to open this folder and write our first code. So again, let's go back to Google, for example, and let's type in VS Code. So we're going to use VS Code to write our code. Just click on the first link. Right here, you can press download for Windows. We're again going to wait for this to finish. Once done, we can just press on the setup right here. This should open the setup window. I accept the agreement. Next. This is fine. You can press next. Install. And now we just have to wait for the installation to finish. Once done, we can just press finish and this should open up Visual Studio Code, so our code editor. This is what your code editor should look like. And now to open our project, let's just click on Explorer right here. You can either just select Open Folder right here, or we can go to our folder, to our React project, take the folder and drag it in right here. And this will open VS Code within our project. So now this right here is our project. And now we can open this React project by starting a new terminal. So terminal, new terminal. And this will open a terminal within our project folder. So within React REST right now. And we can start our React app by using npm run dev. And this will start the development server. And now we can see our page by clicking on this link right here. So let's control click this link right here. And this will open our app within our browser. And right here you can now see our app. Let's understand the basics of React. Once we installed the project, you can see that we have all of those files. But there are only a couple of files that are really important for us. One of them is the index.html as well as the source folder. If we take a look at the index.html, you can see that we only have this div with the ID root as well as a script that links our source main.jsx file. So you can see that we're linking this file right here. Let's take a look at that file. If we take a look at this file, you can see that we basically just have plain JavaScript right here. So document.getElement by ID root. So right here we are saying that we want to get this element from the index.html page instead of our main.jsx page. And as you can see, this here is a normal JavaScript method that is just provided by React. So essentially we are saying, get me the root element and render everything we have right here within the root element. And that is something that is important about React. A React app will seem like a normal HTML page with a lot of pages, but in the end it's a single app application because everything we have inside of this project will be rendered within this single root element. So within this root right here, that is on our index.html page. And you will understand step by step how this works. So you don't need to understand everything just now. But just remember that we will render our entire app instead of this div that has the ID root. But that is something that we never have to touch. So that is something that you can remember, but it's not really important. All you have to remember is that this main.jsx is our entry file. So everything we have right here will be rendered within our page. And at the moment we are rendering our app component. So this is how a component looks. We will get to that later on. But right now we are just rendering this app.jsx as a component. If you're going to remove that one though and just going to enter a little bit of text, you can see that we're just getting the text right here. And right here I can just write normal HTML code as well. So I can say I want to create a div. And instead of this div I now have a text. So let's say text for example. I'm going to save and now you can see that we have text right here. And in React, you do not use HTML code, but you use JSX code. And that is just the name that they use for it. And a lot of people make this really, really complicated. But in the end, JSX is basically just HTML with a couple of add-ons. But you can write normal HTML code. So that is not really complicated. And the add-ons are basically just something that the React team has added that uses JavaScript under the hood to provide, for example, a couple of functions and so on that just make our life a little bit easier. An entire React application is essentially just HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And the React framework just uses all of those things to make the life super easy for us. So now we can also go back to the previous version where we just added our app right here. So it is just possible to create a lot of different components or pages and render those pages or components within other pages and components. And we get to that later on. But right now we are just rendering our app right here. So we can go to our app right here and we can just remove everything we have right here. And we can also remove that. And right here we can delete everything as well because we do not need that anymore. If you now want to display something on this page, you can just use a div, for example, and write some code in here as well. So this works as well, but right now we're not seeing anything. And the reason for this is that you always need to return something to output it, like so. And as you can see, once we add the return statement, we are now getting that. If we want to get two divs next to each other, so something like this, for example, we will get an error because every single component in React can only return one single element. So it can return one div, for example. That is something that is valid. And now you can have a lot of different children within this component. So you could have a div within a div, and you could have another div, and another div, and so on. But you always have to have one single parent component for all of the other components. Now I could also use a paragraph right here. So that is valid. That's just normal HTML. I could also use an anchor tag right here. That one could have an href attribute, and so on. So all of this is valid within React. Something that is really important later on especially is that we can also write JavaScript code within JSX. To basically switch from HTML to JavaScript within JSX, we can just use those brackets. And instead of those brackets, we can now use normal JavaScript code. So we could, for example, say that we want a console.log whoppy, for example, for whatever reason. Now we're going to reload the page. Let's go to full screen and let's inspect. And if we go to the console, we can now see whoppy right here, as you can see. So right here we have whoppy. And that is something that is really, really useful because you can basically mix HTML and JavaScript code within JSX. And that is something that you will do a lot later on. So let me summarize all of this for you. Everything will be rendered within the root element of our index.html, but we never need to touch this index.html file. So even if you don't know that, that's not important. Instead of our main.jsx, we say that we want to render everything we defined right here instead of this root element. And now we specify all of the components essentially that we want to render within this root element. In our case, we only want to render our app component within this div at this point in time. So we're just saying that we render right here all of the things that we have defined within this app.jsx. So within this component. So we could also just go ahead and take this entire code and place this code right here. So replace our app component, and this would still have the exact same effect. Instead of a JSX file, we can just write normal JSX code, which is essentially JavaScript and HTML with a couple of add-ons provided by the React library. On a normal website, there is a representation of your entire page called the DOM, the Document Object Model. It's a tree that describes the whole structure of your page. When something updates, like when a user clicks a button, the browser may need to recalculate large parts of that tree. So positions, styles, layouts, all of it. React solves this by using the virtual DOM. The virtual DOM is basically a copy of the real DOM. Whenever the user interacts with your page and something changes, React updates the virtual DOM first, compares it to the previous version, and figures out the minimal set of changes necessary. It then applies only those tiny updates to the real DOM. This makes the whole process much faster and far more efficient. Let's understand components in React. So what is a component? In order to understand components, let's take a look at YouTube, because YouTube is something that could, for example, use components. So let's take a look at it. What is a component? A component can basically be everything. So this entire page could be a component, for example. So everything that is rendered on this page belongs to one single component. Now you could, for example, further divide this single component into multiple other components. For example, you could say that this header right here, that includes the search bar and everything else, is one component, and that this body right here is the second component. So this is a component and this is a component. And sorry for the bad drawing, but I hope you get the idea. Now we could further divide this header, for example, and this body into components. So let's, for example, say that this sidebar is a component to the left and everything to the right is also a component. And now you could further divide this. You could say that this here is a section, for example, this here is a section, this is a section, and this is a section, and so on. So you could further divide this into subcomponents. And now again, you can subdivide this component, for example, into multiple other components. So all of those things can be components, for example. And if you take a look at those components, for example, they all have the exact same style. They all have a button, they all have a text. The only difference is that there might be a slightly different image and a slightly different text, but the structure is the exact same. So it is possible within React to define one of those components, for example, once, one single time, and then reuse this component over and over again with just a couple of subtle changes. So maybe just changes for the image as well as the text. And this right here, if you take a look at this, you could turn this into a component as well. So this right here could be a basic component. So this right here could be a component that you reuse over and over again instead of another component that you reuse over and over again. So this entire section is a component where you only change the image, for example, depending on the input that you might get from somewhere, in our case that you might get from the database. And that component might consist of an image, a title, a channel name, for example, as well as an upload date. So you get the idea already. When you think that you might want to reuse something, it might make sense to create a component, because maybe you want to have this exact same structure hundreds of times, and then writing the HTML code 100 times is not really efficient. So you can define the HTML structure once and then use it over and over again. And I really hope you get the idea, but we'll take a look at this right now anyways. Let's see how we can do that inside of React. So imagine we want to have an input element right here multiple times, for example. So we can of course say that we just want to create an input of type text, and then we can just duplicate that one a couple of times. And now we have those input fields right here. But now we can also replace this input with a component inside of JSX. So let's just remove that one. Let's create a component that might have the name input.jsx. And this right here is just a normal JSX file. And we can create a component by using the function keyword followed by the name of the component. Usually the name of the component is the same name as the file name, so input. Now we can accept parameters right here, so this is just a normal function, and we have the body right here. Instead of the body, we can now just again use a return keyword, and we can, for example, return an input of type text, for example. If you take a look at our app.jsx, we are also exporting our app right here. So in order to use a component within another component, you first have to export that component. So you could, for example, export default app, or in our case, we can say export default input to export our input component. And now if we want to use this component on another page, we can say that we want to import this component. So we say import input from ./input. So now we imported this component and we can use this component instead of this app component right here as well. So we can say input, and this can be a self-closing tag. So a component can usually be a self-closing tag, and you can call a component like this, or you can incorporate a component like this. And now if you wanted to use the exact same component a couple of times, you could do something like this. But now let's imagine our input component should always have a corresponding body. So we can just use div right here. Then we add our input right here, and we add a button right below that, for example, says button. And as you can see, now every single component right here consists of an input field and a button. But obviously this would be something that is not that good in React. So what we can also do is we can just go ahead, create a second component, say this here is going to be the button.jsx component. We can again use a function, but I also want to show you a different syntax to achieve the exact same result. So we can also say const button, so this is going to be a variable, and that one is going to be equal to an arrow function. So I can use the normal function syntax, but you can also use the arrow function syntax to create a component. And this is just the normal JavaScript function essentially. So we use the normal JavaScript syntax right here, and then we're going to return a button, for example. So a normal HTML button that has a text of button, for example. It doesn't really matter too much. And now again, we can say export default button, like so. And this has to be button. And now, of course, we could go to our app.jsx and we could render input button. And if we just press enter, VS Code will automatically import this button element. So as you can see, import button from ./button will be added automatically on top once I press enter, /close to close the button component. And as you can see now, I created a button component, and I can again reuse this button component as often as I like. But maybe now I have an input button component that should always display an input combined with a button. So let's create input button.jsx, and now we can just say const input button is equal to an arrow function, and that one is just going to return, let's say, a div, And instead of this div, we are going to use our input from ./input. So we'll import that one right here, and our button from ./button. And as you can see, now we have this input button. And now let's also export our input button. So we can say export default input button, like so. Whoops, like so. And now we exported that one. And now we can also, instead of our app.jsx, use our input button right here. And this now includes an input and a button, always combined. So now I only need one single component to output all of this code. And obviously this is a super minimalistic example, but you can think about something like YouTube, for example, where components grow and grow and grow. And you might want to combine a lot of components to one single component. So maybe this here is a video card that consists maybe of an image component, a profile component, a title component, channel component, and so on. So I think you get the idea. It's really easy to create complex components by combining the small building blocks to more complex building blocks. And that is the entire concept of React. You have components, you combine those components and create a more complex component that you can reuse over and over again. So instead of having to retype the code over and over again, you just use different components. And obviously those components at this point are super static. So every single button in our case has the same text, every single input has the same placeholder, and so on. But we later on learn how we can change that. Now let me also show you the difference between export default and a named export. So there exists a default export. That one is the export that we've already seen. And that one allows us to export one single thing from every single file. So if we would have a second function inside of this file, maybe app1, we could not say that we want to export default app and we want to export default app1 like so. This here is an error because every single file can only have one default export, which also makes sense because once you import this somewhere else, for example in your main.jsx, you do it like this. So you say app from, and then you just define the path. This here could also have another name. So this could be app12, for example, and then we just would have to use app12. So this would work as well. So you can also rename the file right here if you wanted to. But if you use a named export, that is something that is not possible because you have multiple exports. So you could, for example, say that this here should be a named export, so app, and we also want to export app1. And obviously we need the exact same names when importing them, because now that we have more than just one export, it is not really clear without the proper name which imported property belongs to which exported property. So we need to use the exact same names. And if you take a look at this, you already see how the syntax works. You have those curly brackets right here, followed by the exact names of the things you want to import. So in our case, it might be app, and it might be app1, for example, like so. So as you can see, now we can import those components, but one thing is also necessary. So we have to remove the default right here. So we can just say export, followed by the name of the components we want to export. And then we can import those components wherever we want by using this syntax right here. And you could also just go ahead, remove all of this right here and just say export function app1 and export function app. So now we are exporting our app and our app1 as a named export. So this here still works. But usually for a component, you want to use a default export. So what you usually do is you just go ahead and say export default app, for example. So this is what you will see most of the times. But it's important that you understand how this works because as you can see, under the hood, React also uses a lot of named exports, and we will use a lot of named exports throughout this entire series. So all you really have to remember is that each file can only have one single default export. If you want to import something that has been exported by using the default export, it works like this without brackets. A file can have multiple named exports. If you want to import something that is a named export, you use those curly brackets right here. But since we use Visual Studio Code, it's super easy anyways because we can just press enter and it will automatically, most of the times, import the right thing for us. So let's say we would not have this right here imported. I can just go inside of VS Code and type input button, for example. And as you can see, I'm already getting a suggestion by VS Code that shows me the path. If I'm going to press enter, it will automatically add the input to the top of our file. And most of the times this will just work fine. Let's understand hooks in React. First of all, let's delete everything we had last time, like so. Let's just return a div, and instead of this div, we are having an input field of type text, for example. Doesn't really matter too much though. To understand a hook, let's first import it. So how can we import a hook? We can import a hook by saying import followed by the name of the hook. In our case, let's take a look at the useState hook, because that one is the simplest one and also the most important one. After the named import right here, we have a from, followed by the name of the library we want to import from, and in our case we want to import from React. Usually every single hook starts with a use, so useState, useContext, useEffect, and so on. In our case, again, we want to use useState. So what exactly is a hook? A lot of people make this really complicated, but essentially a hook is just a function that the React team wrote for us that makes our life a little bit simpler. So if you're going to write a function, for example, that has the name use whatever, and then is going to be equal to a certain function, this takes a param, for example, whatsoever, so a name, doesn't really matter, could be anything, and then you're going to do something right here, then you have pretty much already what a hook is. So the React team just wrote a function for us that is going to do a specific task for us. And in our case, one of the hooks is the useState hook. Let me show you how this one works. We can say that we want to have const email and set email. And this one is going to be equal to useState. Let's use those quotation marks right here. And now let me explain how this works. And we need to call that one inside of our app, like so. So this right here is normal array destructuring. So you will see this syntax in pretty much every single React project. Let me explain array destructuring very quick so we are all on the same page. So if you have an array, for example, that has the name r, for example, and is going to be equal to 10, 20, 30, then we can get the individual values from this array by saying const, followed by this syntax, followed by 3 variable names. So this could be 1, 2, 3. And this is going to be equal to r, like so. So this syntax just means take whatever you have inside of this array, in this case, and destructure it. So place the first value inside of the variable 1, the second value inside of the variable 2, and the third value in the variable 3. So you basically just take an array and turn that one into individual variables. And that is exactly what is happening right here. So the React team wrote this useState hook right here and said that this useState hook is basically going to return 2 values. And those 2 values are encapsulated inside of an array. And now we can give those 2 values whatever name we want. And in our case, we said that the name should be email and set email. It could also be username, for example, and set username. Or it could also be this and this. Doesn't really matter. So it could be pretty much anything. But usually it might make sense to have a descriptive name right here. And those values that the React team decided to return for us is usually a value and a function to set this value. So this right here is going to hold the value, and this function allows us to set this value. And only this function allows us to set this value. So email is equal to whatever will not work. If we want to set the email to a certain value, then we have to use set email followed by the value, so wayo, for example. So now by using set email, we said that the email, so our email is going to be equal to wayo in this case. So this is just the way React handles this stuff. That is something that you just have to remember. And now usually you use the useState hook to store the value of an input field somewhere. If you take a look at this now seems to work, but there's no way that we know what this value is. So we somehow need to keep track of this value. And we can do so by saying that our value is going to be equal to our email, like so. Now, if I'm going to type something in though, and I'm typing right now, nothing is happening. And the reason for this is that our email is always just an empty string, because that is our initial value. Also, you're going to use a hook by using the hook name, followed by those brackets, and inside of those brackets you can define a default value, and it might make sense to initialize an email with an empty string. But you could also say hey. And as you can see now we have hey inside of this input field, because our input field value is equal to our email, and we initialize our email with hey. But it might make more sense to use an empty string. Now if we want to set the value of an input field, React offers us the onChange property for every single input element. And right here, React will give us an event, and we can define a function right here that will be executed on every single keystroke. So every single time we type something, this function right here will be executed. And now let's say that I want to set the email to a certain value once we type something. So let's just say I'm going to set our email to hey. Let me save that. And once I'm going to write anything in here, so an A for example, you can see that we're getting hey. Because right now we're always setting our email to hey. But we can fix that problem by saying that we want to set our email to our e. This is going to be an event, dot target dot value. So this is just something that you have to remember. E is an object that holds the target property, that holds another object, the target object to be precise, and that target object has the value property. Let me save that one, and now we can just type some text in, and as you can see now this works. But if I'm going to console.log our email, for example, you will see that we are now updating our email, so we can keep track of our email. And if I'm going to type something in here, you can see that we're getting the input inside of the console. So email now seems to work. But let me also show you the e object, so the event object, by doing console.log of e on every single keystroke. And I'm going to remove this console.log statement right here. Let me reload the page. And as you can see, we're getting this object. This object, this event object, has the target property, as you can see. And instead of this target property, which is also an object again, we have this value property. So e.target.value will always give us the value inside of React. But this does not just work for an email. So you could also say const username set username is going to be equal to useState, and we can initialize that one with an empty string again. Again, we are going to create an input field of type text. We have to set the value once again to our username, and on change, we want to say that we want to set our username to e.target.value, like so. And it's as simple as that. And of course, you do not only have to define a string right here as the initial value, you could also use a number, for example. You could use a boolean, so true or false. You can also use null, so no value at all, and so on. But usually an email is obviously a string, so it might make sense to initialize the value with an empty string. So to sum up, a hook in React starts with the use keyword followed by the hook name. In our case, we use useState right here. useState is basically just a method from the React team. We should initialize it with our initial value. Right here, our initial value is an empty string. The first variable that we destructure will usually hold the value, whereas the second variable will usually be used to set the value of the first variable. Let's understand props in React. Last time we created a state to keep track of the values inside of our input fields and update the values. But now let's just delete everything and do everything from scratch, like so. Let's also delete our button and input.jsx, and let's create a new component. Let's say the component has the name input.jsx. We're going to create a basic component, so const input is going to be equal to an arrow function, and we're going to export default input like so. Right here, we are just going to return an input field of type text, for example. And if we are now going to render our input field right here, and we will have it 4 times, for example. We are getting an error because we did not wrap it inside of a wrapper element. So we need to return a div. We're going to have those input fields inside of this div. And now we're going to save. And you can see that we have 4 different input fields. But as you can see, all of those input fields look the exact same. And if I wanted to use a placeholder right here, for example, of email, doesn't matter, then every single input field right here has the placeholder text email. And that, of course, doesn't make too much sense. There needs to be the option to make all of the values right here customizable. And there is a way, and it's actually pretty simple. And the way is called props. And props are pretty similar to attributes in HTML. So if you think about an attribute inside of HTML, you can, for example, say that the source or the placeholder is going to be equal to something right here. So it doesn't really matter. And props are pretty much attributes inside of HTML with a cool add-on. So imagine we wanted to add the placeholder right here. So we can just say placeholder is going to be equal. And for the first one, maybe the placeholder is going to be equal to email. For the second input field, the placeholder should maybe be equal to username. And for the third input field, the placeholder might be equal to password. And let's just have random text right here. Doesn't matter. And now we're essentially passing all of those attributes, all of those props, as you name them in React, to the component right here. But how do we pass them right here? We are passing them as props, so we can accept them as a parameter right here. And now let me just console.log the props for you, so you really understand what is going on right here. Let's take a look. Let's inspect. Go to the console. Let me reload the page. And we're getting this object right here. So the props are essentially just an object that hold all of the necessary props that we defined right here. So the props object right here essentially just holds all of the attributes, if you want to think about it like that we defined right here. So if we define another attribute or another property right here, for example, whoopee, which is equal to 1, doesn't matter, you can see that we are now getting, for our first property, if I'm going to reload, placeholder of email and whoopee of 1. So this seems to work. So you can define as many properties right here as you want for every single input element, and therefore make this really customizable. And as you can imagine, now that we have the props right here, we can use the props to do pretty much anything. So we can, since this is a normal object, a normal JavaScript object, we can access this object by using the dot notation. So instead of hard coding placeholder right here, we can also say that we want to use JavaScript to dynamically input the value right here. How can we use JavaScript instead of JSX? We can use JavaScript by using those curly brackets. So now we are saying go from JSX code to JavaScript code. And now we're going to access props dot, what is the name? The name is placeholder, but we could also access whoopee, doesn't matter, for the first one at least. So we are going to access placeholder. And as you can see now we have email, username, password, and random text. I could also say that I want to access props.whoopee, like so. And I'm only getting 1 for the first input field because only the first input field has a key of whoopee. The rest does not have this key and therefore you do not see anything. So props.placeholder might make a little more sense. But obviously you can also destructure the properties from this object. So you could say instead of props, you can also say placeholder and whoopee. And now instead of accessing props, you can just access the variables immediately like so. And this would still give us the exact same result. Let me also give you a short introduction to destructuring in case you might not understand, because that is something that is important. And it's pretty similar to array destructuring just for objects. If you have an object that can be a person, for example, and the person could have the name Jonas. So we have the object Jonas, which is a person. Jonas might have a name. And the name might be Jonas. Jonas might also have an age, and the age might be 24. So let's save that one. And now I might want to get the variables Jonas and age. So of course I could say I want to console.log Jonas.name. And now I could just reload the page, and as you can see we're getting Jonas in the console. So I'm able to console.log Jonas.name. But maybe I only need the name and I only need the age, and I do not always want to use the dot notation. So I can go ahead and destructure the object by saying const. Now I need to define the names of the keys. So name and age are the keys, followed by an equal sign. And now I need to define to the right the name of the object, which is going to be Jonas in our case. And by doing so, I'm saying, give me the values of name and age, so of the keys name and age inside of this object, and place them instead of the variables name and age. And I can also rename them if I wanted to username by using the colon right here. So now instead of saying Jonas.name, I can just say username, like so, because I renamed our name to username, like so. We're still getting Jonas in the console, as you can see. So let me reload. You can see it, it works. But let's not rename that one because that is something that you rarely ever do. And let's use name instead. So as you can see now, I'm console.logging the name, and I can also console.log the age if I wanted to. And as you can see now, we're getting Jonas and 24. So that is object destructuring. And we're doing the exact same right here because obviously props is an object as well that just looks like that. So we are having const props being equal to, and in our case, we had the placeholder property that stores the value of our placeholder. So whatever we defined right here, and whoopee. And obviously I can destructure this object as well. So I can just say placeholder and whoopee. And now I just took from this object the values for the corresponding keys and stored them. So stored the values inside of a variable that has the name placeholder and a variable that has the name whoopee. And obviously I could also rename that one if I wanted to, but that is nothing I really want to do. So that is how this works. The fact that this placeholder is going to be equal to this placeholder is just because this makes sense in this case. But I could also say that this is not a placeholder, but that is chopper. And chopper is equal to email, for example. And now I could destructure chopper, for example, like so. And now I could say that placeholder, let me delete that one, is going to be equal to chopper. I'm going to save the page, and now we're having email for the first field because we set chopper for the first field. We destructure chopper right here, and we set our placeholder equal to chopper. So whatever we have stored inside of this variable. But obviously placeholder makes a lot more sense, and whoopee does not make too much sense as well. I just want you to understand how this works. Now we can also define different values for every single input. So we can, for example, say that we want to create an email, set email, which is equal to useState. And that one is going to be an empty string in the beginning. Then we want to have, for example, a username, set username is equal to useState. Let's use an empty string as well. And let's just say we are going to delete the last one. That one is not really necessary. And for the third one, we will have a password, for example, and set password right here. And now we want to have different values for every single input element. So how can we do that? Obviously, we somehow need to pass the value to the HTML element right here. So we can just say value, but this can have any name essentially. This could also be VL, but value might make a little more sense. So value is in our case going to be equal to our email. The value for our username is going to be equal to our username, and the value for our password is going to be equal to password. And again, we are going to use those brackets right here because this in the end is just JavaScript code. So let me go ahead. Let's go into our input field, and for the value, we can just say that this value is going to be equal to our value, for example. So right now we have placeholder and value as properties for every single input. So we can destructure them. We can say we are going to destructure the placeholder and we are going to destructure the value. Our placeholder is going to be equal to our placeholder and our value is going to be equal to our value right here. And as you can see, now we have the placeholder and we have a value. And whatever I type in, I'm not getting a change right here because we did never define a non-change function. So what we can do in order to change that is we can use onChange right here. And now obviously, if we want to change the value right here, we would need to use the set email function for our email field. We would need to use set username for our username field and set password to our password field. So we could obviously say that set email is equal to set email. Set username is going to be equal to set username and so on. But that is obviously something that is pretty bad because now we have different property names for every single input field, even though the property names should obviously be the same since we're doing the exact same stuff. We're just updating the input field. So instead, we can just say that we want to set our value. This name, again, is up to us, of course. And we will set the value for the email field by using the set email function. We will set the value for the username field by using the set username function. And we will set the value for the password field by using the set password function. Let's save that one. And now, of course, we need to destructure this function right here as well, because that one is inside of our object now, inside of our prop object as well. So set value can be used right here instead of our onChange handler. So we just say we're getting an event again. And our set value function will set the value that we will get instead of e.target.value. So let me refresh the page. We're getting this effect, and this effect. And we are now able to enter the value. And now if we're going to go into our app.jsx right here, we can, for example, console.log our email. We can console.log our username. And let's take a look at that. So now if I'm going to enter something inside of our email, I'm getting this effect. If I'm going to write something into our username field, so username, I'm getting this inside of username. And as you can see, this is the email field, this is the username field. And now I could also log the password and so on. So now, even though I'm setting all of the values instead of this input component right here, so I'm setting them right here, I can access those values one component higher. So let me draw that for you so you really understand what is going on. So at the moment, we are having this component, the app component, and instead of this app component, so instead of this component, we are having access to our email, username, and password. So we can access email, username, and password, even though the input is essentially one level further down. So we are rendering the input right here 3 times. So we have 3 input fields. And even though we are changing the values inside of those input fields, so one level further down, we're able to access those values inside of our app component. And we could, for example, console.log them. We could use them for something else and so on. And that is something that makes React really, really powerful. So let's imagine, for example, we would have a profile page as well also one level down. So right next to those input elements. Now we could also pass the username, for example, to this profile page. And the profile page could now, for example, display the username as well, or the email, or the password, doesn't really matter. So I think you get the idea. And let me also show you that this works. So we could create another component that can be our profile.jsx. We're going to say const profile is going to be equal to an arrow function right here. And we're just going to return a div that says profile at the moment. Now I'm going to export default profile like so we can use this profile instead of our app.jsx. And now I just want to render our profile on top of everything else like so. Now we're having this profile right here. But now maybe instead of this profile, I also want to use the username. So I can again pass the username as a property to our profile. So I can define a property name that is again up to me. And let me show you that pretty much anything works. This is going to be AO. And AO is going to be equal to my username, for example. Now I'm getting access to this AO property that is equal to our username instead of my profile.jsx. So I'm getting that one instead of the props object. I can again destructure the props object. So I can say I want to get AO. So this property right here from our app.jsx. So from this file. And now I can just say that I want to render AO instead of this div. And you can see that we are getting username right here, because that is what we've entered right here. But I could also, if I change that one, change AO, so the username essentially, that we're just displaying within our profile page. And by doing so, we're getting live updates instead of our profile, just by entering a random input. So we have essentially this parent component right here. So app is our parent component and is the parent component to our profile component and to our input component. We can pass props from top to bottom. So from the parent component to the child component, but it does not work the other way around. So we can take this email, pass it as a prop, one level down to our input element or to our profile element, or to be precise, to our component. We can use the property right there and, for example, output it or change it. If we're changing it, for example, then we're updating our variable right here. And since we're passing this variable to our input component and the profile component will also get the updates as well as the input component, and we're getting the changes in both of those components. So now let me again visualize what is going on right here. So we are having this app right here. And now we are just rendering the input components instead of our app component like this. And we're also rendering our profile component. But now let's say that we want to remove all of those components, all of the input components from here. And we just want to replace that one with an input handler component. So IH, for example. And instead of this input handler component, we are now having our individual inputs like this. So this is how this would look like then. So let me show you how this looks in a real app. We're just going to remove those input fields like so. And we're going to replace that one with an input handler. We don't have this input handler yet, so we can just say input handler.jsx. So this is just another component again, because everything in React is a component essentially. So const input handler is going to be equal to an arrow function again, and we're just going to return a div. And instead of this div, we are just going to have our input fields right here. So obviously we need to import those input fields. So I'm going to import input from ./input, and VS Code does the job for us. And now we need to export default input handler like so, handler like that. And now we can use the input handler right here. So input handler like that. And as you can see, the result now is pretty different because we're getting a lot of errors. And the reason for that is that we do not have those values right here. Obviously, our input field expects those values because it needs those values to display a placeholder, to display the value, and to set the value. So to change the email, the username, and the password. But there's no way we're getting this value right now. Because let's again take a look at this graphic. We're having our app, but instead of the app, we are now having our input handler. And only instead of this input handler, we are rendering the individual inputs. So right here, we are passing our props, as you can see. And right here, we are passing our props, but we are not passing our props from our app to our input handler. So the input handler does not really have those values, and is not able to keep passing those values to our individual input elements. So in order to fix that, obviously this is only one line at this point, but in order to fix that, we also need to pass our props now from our app component to our input handler component. And now that the input handler component has the values, it can now keep passing the values as props again to our individual input elements. And that is what we're going to do right now. So as you can see, instead of our input handler, we need our email and we need set email right here. So we can just say that we're going to destructure email and set email, for example. So we're again saying we're expecting email and set email as a property. Since we're saying that the key for our prop is set email and email, we also need to say that for the input handler, we have a property name of email that is going to be equal to our email in our case, and set email that is going to be equal to set email in our case. So as you can see, some of the errors are already gone. But we need to do the exact same for username, password, and set password. So we can say set username, set password, username, like so. So we're expecting all of those properties, so we need to set those properties again. And now, since we said that we are going to expect a property that has the name set password, the property name that we define right here needs to be set password as well, like so. So this cannot be some random stuff. If it is going to be some random stuff right here, then it would need to be some random stuff right here. And then it would also need to be some random stuff right here. So I hope you get the idea. But in our case, let's keep this clean and let's make this as you would do it in a real world application. So password is going to be equal to password. Username is going to be equal to username. Set username is going to be equal to set username. Set password is going to be equal to set password. So this right here is the property name. And this here is the actual method that we're passing to this property name. So this method right here. Let's save that one. We're getting this input handler. And now we're getting the exact same effect once again. And as you can see, this again seems to work. If I'm going to enter some input right here, we are seeing the exact same input inside of our profile. The only difference is that it now looks slightly different when you take a look at the architecture. But the principle is still the same. We're just passing props from one component to another. So from top to bottom. Again, you can only pass props from top to bottom, but you cannot pass them from bottom to top. So you could not say, let's create a value inside of our profile, pass it to our app, and now use it instead of our input handler. That is something that does not work. So if you know that the profile will need a property that will, for example, be created within our input handler or input, then we have to lift the state to a component that is parent to all of the other components. So if you imagine we are having email and set email instead of one of those input elements, and we know that we are now going to need it within the profile, then we would have to lift the state up to the parent component that is parent to both of those components. And that is what we call lifting the state up. But we'll have a lot of practice with that as well. And I know it can be confusing in the beginning, but we get there. Let's understand events in React. And we've already gotten to know one of the events, and we can take a look at that one really quick. So if we have an input field, for example, of type text, we could create a state, for example. So we can say that this input field is, for example, responsible for getting our username. So we have username and set username, which is going to be equal to useState. We are going to initialize the username with an empty string, like so. And now we are going to say that the value of our input field is equal to our username, like so. And the first event I want to show you is the onChange event. So onChange, like so. And as we've already seen, we are getting this e right here as a parameter from React. And we can, for example, say that we want to console.log this event, or we can just say that we want to set our username to e.target.value, like so. So this right here is the event object that we're getting. And we're using this event to set the username equal to the value. Now there also exists another important event, and that is the onClick event. If you think about a button, for example, that has a random text, maybe submit, for example, or maybe add, doesn't really matter. We can also add an event to this button, because in the end, an event is just when something happens. When a user enters some input, for example, when a user clicks a button, all of those things are events. And now we can react to this event, to this onClick event, for example, by adding onClick as a property, like so. And now we can pass a function, for example, to this onClick event. We could, for example, say const handle click is going to be equal to an arrow function. And we're just going to console.log clicked right here, like that. And now we're going to pass handle click to our onClick property, like so. Let me console.log that one. So let's open the console to see what we're console.logging, like so. Let me click. We're getting clicked, 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 and so on. So we're getting a lot of clicks right here. Now you can also do a lot more than just console.logging something. We could, of course, also pass a parameter right here. So we could say username. And now we just want to console.log our username. So the username that we passed right here. But as you can see, this right here will not work. And the reason for this is that we're saying that we want to execute the handle click function right here once we click on the button. But we also need a parameter. But right now we do not have a parameter right here. So we could obviously say that we're going to pass our username variable, this one right here, for example, to this function. And now once we click, we should get the username, but we're essentially not getting anything. And the reason for this is that onClick expects a function. It does not expect a function call. Every time you use the function name followed by brackets, you say you should execute this function right away, because this here is a function execution. We do not want to execute this function though once we load the page. We only want to execute the function once the user clicks on the button. So you have to pass a pointer to this function right here within the onClick property. You cannot pass the function execution in here. And this here is obviously a function execution. So in order to fix that one, we can define an arrow function like so. And this arrow function is now a function that will, when being executed, call the handle click function right here and pass the desired value as an argument. So essentially, we are solving this problem by just defining another function that will execute the necessary function once the user clicks on this button. And now if I'm going to click and I'm going to enter a username, you can see that we're getting the value right here in the console. And every time we click, we're getting the value. We could also say that we want to have a number, for example. We're going to store that number instead of our state again. So const number set number is going to be equal to useState. We're going to initialize with the value 0. So by default, number has the value 0. We now say that we want to const handle add, for example, and we just want to increment the number by 1 every time the user clicks on this number. So every time we click on a number, we want to do number plus 1, for example. Now we're going to pass handle add to the onClick property right here, and let's see whether this works. We're going to add, and we cannot see the value, so we should probably also, let's first of all remove that, and let's say console.log number add. And we're getting the value, but this is actually not really a good way to do it. So let me show you how you should usually do this. When you use the set function, you can always also pass a callback function right here as an argument. So you could get the previous value, and the name doesn't matter. This can be p, this can be prev, this can be previous, but usually you just use prev. And now we can say that we want to increment the previous value by 1. So now let me show you. Let's press add, and as you can see, we are also incrementing the value right here. So this seems to work. So prev will always hold the previous value, so the value that is right now stored within the variable, and then you can use the previous value to modify it in whatever way you like. And every set function within React will have this previous value for the callback function if you need that one and if you want to use that one. So if you use a setter, so if you use the set function, you can either just define the value straight away, or you can pass a callback function that accepts the previous value as a parameter. This will automatically be assigned by React, and then you can use the previous value in whatever way you want. So I could also say prev plus 10, for example. We're going to add, and as you can see, we're getting this effect. And that is something that is really important. Let me introduce you to component reloading in React. Let's imagine we are having a number right here, and this number is going to be equal to 0 in the beginning. Now we just want to display this number instead of this div, for example. So we can change to JavaScript code, and we just want to display the number right here. As you can see, we are seeing the number right here now. So now I'm also going to add a button. So this number will be inside of a paragraph, for example, like that. And there will be a button right below that says increment, for example. Now I'm going to add the onClick property to this button. And I'm just going to pass a function to this onClick property that is just going to increment the number by 1. Now I'm going to click increment, and as you can see, nothing is happening. So let me console.log the number for you. So console.log number. Let's take a look at this by going to inspect and going to the console. Let me increment, and as you can see, nothing is happening right now. If I'm saying number is equal to number plus 10, for example, let me save that one. I'm going to click, and as you can see, there's still nothing happening. And as you can see, we're already getting this error. So this is not correct in React. And why is that? A component only renders once in the beginning. So once you load the page, the entire component, so everything you see on the page, is going to render. But after that, it's never going to re-render by default. The only option to really get a re-render is if you use custom React functionalities. If you use normal JavaScript, this will not re-render the component. If you want a re-render, you always have to use a state, for example. So you could say that our number, set number, is going to be equal to useState. Our initial value is going to be 0. And now we can just say, on click, we want to set our number to 10, for example. And now if I'm going to click this one, you can see that we're getting 10. We can also say, give me the previous number. And I'm going to increment the previous number by 1. Let me save that one. And now I'm going to increment, and we are always incrementing the number by 1, as you can see. And the reason that we're now seeing the difference is that the setNumber method in React causes a re-render of the component. So if you use this React functionality, you will render this component once you load this page. And afterwards, if you use something like useState and you want to set something using the setter function, then you're going to re-render the component again and update the component essentially. Using normal JavaScript will not update the component. The only thing that can update the component is therefore a React function like setState. Let's understand styling and CSS inside of React. First of all, to understand styling, let's for example create a paragraph right here that has a text right here. And let's also create an anchor tag right below that, for example, says click me. So we have two elements that we can target right now. Let me also make this a little bit bigger for you. Now, if you remember, we have this index.css file right here that defines a couple of base styles by default once we load a new project, as you can see. So styles for an H1, styles for a button, button hover, and so on. So let's just delete everything. And once I'm going to save this one, you see that we reset it or removed all of the styles. The reason for this is that we're loading this index.css file within our main.jsx file. And this main.jsx file is the entry point for our entire app. So we are rendering every single component in the end within this main.jsx file. So we will apply those styles from our index.css to every single component inside of our app. So if I'm, for example, going to define a style for our paragraph, so P, and I'm going to say font size is going to be 3 rems, you can see that I resized this text. Now I can also target every single anchor tag, and I can, for example, say that I want to have a background of green. I'm going to save this one, and as you can see, we are now having a green background. And I'm now going to create a second file, for example, about.jsx. I'm going to say const about is going to be equal to an arrow function. And I'm just going to return, for example, another paragraph that says text from about. Now I'm going to export default about, so I'm exporting our about page, and I'm just going to render our about page within our main.jsx as well. So about like so, I'm going to import that one. And now you can see right here we're having the text from about, and right here we're having the text from our app.jsx. And as you can see, those styles from our index.css will be applied to every single component. And in this case, it does not matter whether we directly render this about.jsx or this about component within our main.jsx, or whether we render this about.jsx within our main.jsx. So if I'm going to say about right here, so I'm importing the about component and rendering the about component within our app.jsx. Even if we are rendering this about component within this app component, the app component will ultimately be rendered within this main.jsx, and therefore this about.jsx or this about component will also be rendered within this main.jsx, just one or a couple levels further down. So that does not matter. So whatever file you load within the main.jsx will be used as a style shield and can be used as a style sheet to define general styles for your entire app. So if you need to define general styles for your entire app, I recommend you to create one global file within your main.jsx, and then you can create some basic styles like this. Now, if you only want to have some styles that apply to a single component, for example, so maybe I want to create some styles that only apply to this about.jsx, then you can do that as well by creating a file, a module file, that can, for example, have the name about. Now, it's really important that you use a dot followed by module, because by doing so, you define a module followed by .css. So you always need this .module.css to define a module. Now, if I want to use a module and I want to use the styles later on, I need to define a class. So I can, for example, define a .text class. And let's say our text should have a font size of 1 rem, a color of black, and a background of yellow, for example. Let's save this one. And now we need to use this class that we created instead of our about.module.css within our about.jsx. In order to do so, you first need to import those styles as an object. So we can get all of those styles within an object, and usually we can just name this object styles. So we're going to say import styles from where do we want to import the styles? We want to get them from our about.module.css, so /about.module.css, like so. So now we imported those styles, but we still can't see a difference. And the reason for this is that we are having the styles object, and we need to use the styles object to define styles for this paragraph. So let me first of all show the styles object to you by console.logging that one. Let's go to our console. And inside of the console, you can see that we're getting this object right here. And this object has the text key value pair, so the text property. If I'm now going to define a second class, so maybe .text2, for example, and I'm just going to say color is going to be yellow for that one, and I'm going to save that one, you can see that we're now getting a new object, and this new object now holds text and text2. So this object, the styles object, will hold all of the classes defined within our module inside of an object, and now we can access those styles by using the dot notation. So we can, for example, say that the class name for our paragraph, now we need to switch over to JavaScript because we're accessing this as an object, and we want to access styles dot, what do we want to access? We could, for example, access text1, so text, or text2. And in our case, let's say we want to access text right here, and now you can see that this text here has a yellow background, black text, and only a font size of 1 rem. And now let's also create a second paragraph. So let's duplicate that one, and let's say this one has the class text2, for example. And now this text right here has the styles from text2. So usually when you create a module, you define everything as a class within your module, and then you can import all of the classes inside of an object within your page as a styles object. And then, of course, you can access all of the styles by saying styles dot followed by the class name. To summarize, usually you can create one global style sheet. Most of the time it will have the name index.css that you import within your main.jsx that can create some basic styles for your entire app, for example. And something that you do pretty often is, for example, resetting all of the styles within this file. So margin 0, for example, padding 0, and box sizing of border box. So that is something that you do pretty often. And if you want to create some specific styles for a single component, for example, then you usually create a module for this file and import all of the styles as a styles object. The reason that this global index.css file applies styles to every single subcomponent is that React, of course, is a single page application, because in the end we're rendering every single component within this root div right here. And of course, if we only have a single page, it makes sense that our index.css applies to every single subcomponent, because even though in React it seems to us as we are working with a lot of different components, in the end we're rendering all of those components on one single page. And of course, for one single page, you usually only need one single style sheet. And this, in this case, is this index.css. So if you want to use multiple style sheets for every single subcomponent, you have to use modules. Right now, we're going to build this counter app where you can press the plus button to increment the number and the minus button to decrement the number. Once we reach 0, we cannot further decrement the number if we press the minus button. To get started, let's right-click the desktop, for example, open in terminal. So we are opening a terminal on our desktop. And now we can create a new project by using npm create read add latest followed by the project name, which is going to be counter-app in my case. If you forgot the comment, you can just go to the Veed website right here, and here you will have the documentation. So let's just press enter. We are going to select React as a framework. We are only going to use JavaScript in this case. No, yes, and now we're just waiting for this to finish. Once done, you can see that our app is now running, but for now let's cancel that one by using Ctrl+C. Let's enter Y, like so. And now let's change directory by using CD for change directory. And let's go into our counter-app folder. Inside of this folder, we are going to use code dot to open Visual Studio Code within this folder, like so. So this right here is now our project. And now we can just open a new terminal by using new terminal right here. I'm going to choose command prompt right here. Most of you will have this by default though. And inside of the terminal, let's start the project by using npm run dev. This is going to start the server, and now we can just use this URL right here, enter this within the browser, and we will see our app. First of all, I think pretty much everything inside of our app.jsx is unnecessary. So let's just delete everything. And let's create a new app component. So const app is going to be equal to this arrow function right here. And we're going to export default app, so our app component. Instead of this app, we are going to return an empty div for now. Within our main.jsx, let's also remove this index.css file because we don't want to have the default styles. We want to create the styles ourselves. And we're going to delete app.css and index.css because we do not need that one as well. We're going to write our own CSS. First of all, we need to display a number right here. So let's create a state that lets us keep track of the number. So const number set number is going to be equal to useState. We're going to initialize our number with 0 because that should be the initial value. And now we can just use a paragraph, and inside of this paragraph we can now put our number. As you can see, we're getting the number right here. Let's also add a button to increment this number. So this is going to be a plus, and right below we have a button to decrement the number. So this is going to be a minus. Let's add the functionality. So on click, this button should, for example, handle increment. So this is going to be the function name that we will define in a second. And this button is going to execute on click the function handle decrement, like so. So now we need to define those functions. So const handle increment is going to be equal to an empty arrow function for now. And const handle decrement is going to be equal to an empty arrow function for now as well. And now this right here is pretty simple. If we click on the increment button, we just want to increment our number by 1 every single time. So we can just say set number. We will need the previous value to increment the previous value by 1. So we're going to say prev. This can also be prev num, for example, but I'm going to stick with prev. And right here, let's also use the arrow syntax, and we're just going to say prev plus 1, for example. I'm going to press this button, and as you can see, we're incrementing this number by 1. So of course, decrementing is now pretty simple as well. We can just, of course, set the number as well. And we're going to say prev goes to prev minus 1. So in this case, we're just decrementing. And now when we click minus, we're decrementing. Maybe we do not want to go below 0. So in that case, we first have to check whether our number is greater than 0. So the number is at least 1. And only if that is the case, only then we can decrement the number. So we can use if number greater 0. So if the number is at least 1, only then we are going to decrement the number. If it is not greater than 1, so if it is 0, for example, then we cannot decrement the number. So now, as you can see, even if I click the button, I cannot go below 0. And now let's also import some styles. So we're going to create an app.module.css. It's important that you use the module name right here, otherwise this will not be detected as a module. And now we're going to create a couple of different classes. The first class is going to be our container class. This will be the container for our entire app. This will have a width of 100% and a height of 100%, or 100 viewport height. So it will take up the entire space from top to bottom. So the height of the viewport essentially. Background is going to be black, but I'm going to choose a pretty dark gray in this case, like so. So let me now use this class instead of our app.jsx by saying import. We are going to get a styles object from, and now we're going to say ./app.module.css. And now right here for our div, we can add a class name right here. Right here, we have to switch to JavaScript syntax because we want to access a JavaScript object right here, so an object. And the object that we want to access is our styles object. And the property of this object that we want to access is going to be the class name, so container right here. So styles.container. I'm going to save that one, and as you can see, we're getting this result right here. But as you can see, we're getting those weird styles right here. Those are just the default styles. So we should, in this case, reset the default styles. And we can do so by creating our own index.css file. This is the file that is going to set the styles for our entire app. So we will not import this as a styles object, but rather as a file that will apply styles to the entire app and that we will only use for very important styles that should be the same on every single page. So instead of our main.jsx, let's import ./index.css. And within our index.css, we can now use the universal selector and set margin to 0, padding to 0, and box sizing to border box. And as you can see, we now removed all of the default styles for the entire app. So now that is fine. Let's go back to our app.jsx file. And I would like to have this right here instead of another container. So let me show you what I mean by this. We're just going to create another div. Instead of this div, I'm going to have this number. And this div will have the class name of styles.subcontainer, for example. We're going to copy the subcontainer and going to create this class, and this one will have a background of white for now. So you see what this essentially is. And as you can see, now we have this subcontainer, and I want to have this subcontainer centered here within the center, and then I want to style it. We can do so by saying display flex justify content center align item center, like so. For the subcontainer, I want to have some padding, so padding 40 pixels into every single direction, border radius 15 pixels. For the background, I'm going to use a linear gradient that is going to go to bottom, like so. We're going to go from maybe super dark blue, like so, to maybe an even darker blue, like so. So let me save that one. Now we're also going to create some classes for our plus button, so .plus will have a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a border radius of 50%, and let's use a background of green for now. And let me choose a different color for green, like so. The color is going to be white, and the cursor is going to be a pointer. So this class will be used for our plus button. Let me show you. So class name is styles.plus. As you can see, we have this effect. And let me get rid of the border as well. So border is going to be 0. Oops, border 0. And now I'm just going to copy this one right here. And this is going to be minus. And the only difference is the color. So this is going to be red. So let me also add minus right here. Class name is going to be equal to styles.minus. And now we only need some different styling for the text, and we need to arrange this properly. So for the subcontainer, let's go in here. We want to have display of flex. We want to have a flex direction of column. We want to justify content center and align items center. Now we also want to style this text. So let's say dot text color is going to be white. Font weight is going to be bold. Font family is system UI. And font size is 3 rems, like so. Now we have to use this text on this paragraph right here. So class name, styles.text. Let's save this one. And now we need to arrange those two buttons next to each other. And we need to add a gap. And that is the last thing that we have to do. So let's paste them in right here inside of this div. And this here is going to be the class name, styles.button container. We don't have this button container class yet. So let's create that one. So .button container, display flex, gap 10 pixels, and let's for the text also add a margin bottom of maybe 20 pixels, like so. And as you can see, now we have this button component. We can click the plus button, the minus button. We cannot go below 0, and it's as simple as that. At this point, you might have already seen the package.json file. And this file is somehow important because it lists all of your dependencies, dev dependencies, scripts, and so on. So as you can see, inside of the package.json, we have a lot of general information like the name, the version, the type, and so on. And most of those things are not that important. But something that is definitely important is the dependencies section and the dev dependencies section. A dependency is something that your project needs in order to properly work. If you think about your computer, from time to time you also install programs, for example, and you use an installer to install a program. And a dependency is pretty much the exact same thing. You install a separate program that you need for your project to work. And we need the React installation and we need the React DOM installation. Those ones right here are dev dependencies, which means that you will only need those dependencies during development. Development is basically the phase within your project where you develop, so where you write your code, get the right images, and so on. And once you decide to release your app, so once you decide to make your app accessible for other people, you're usually getting your app to a server and so on. And that is then the production build. So you have development where you develop and you have production where you make your page accessible. And those dependencies are only necessary within development. So once you push this entire project into the production environment, so to your server, you will not need those dependencies anymore. But those dependencies right here, so the dependencies that are not dev dependencies, are necessary during development and during production. So if you want to, for example, play a game, then you have to install the game. And a React app is pretty similar. You have the project and you can do some things by default, but a lot of things are also not integrated into your project. So you might want to add dependencies. And other developers, for example, create dependencies and you can use those dependencies. And so, for example, someone created a dependency, so basically just a package, an installation that allows you, for example, to get data from the database, or that allows you to do routing within React, or that allows you to play a game, whatever, I don't really know. And then you can just go ahead and install the dependency within your project. And I want to show you how this works. So we can, for example, say React router DOM. Because that is a dependency, so an installation that you want to use pretty often within your React projects. And as you can see, we are now seeing right here npm React router DOM. So usually you want to use npm to install packages. What is npm? npm stands for Node Package Manager, and it's not really that hard to understand. It's basically just a program that allows you to install all of the other programs that you want or need to install. So npm is basically just the installer for all of the other programs. So now you can just, for example, copy this command right here, npm I, which stands for Node Package Manager install, followed by the name of the package. And it always works like that. You always start, if you want to install something, with npm I, followed by the package name. And in our case, we want to use npm I React router DOM. So we can just copy that package. And now to install, we can create a new command prompt right here. And now I'm just going to press Ctrl V to insert. I'm going to press enter, and now we are just going to wait a short time. And as you can see, under the hood, it's here installing all of the necessary packages, and it seems to work. And as you can see now, within our dependencies, we now have React router DOM, followed by some random numbers. Let me also add another package. So npm I Axios. That one is a package that you might also want to use from time to time, because you can use that one to connect to a database. So a lot of people use Axios for this, but that's not really important at this point. Let's just press enter again. You can see we have to wait once again. We're installing all of the necessary packages, and now we have Axios right here. And as you can see, we also have a couple of numbers right here. And it's not really that important to understand what this means, but this here basically just defines the version number. The first number will change if you have a breaking change. If you have a breaking change, this means that the new version is most likely not compatible with the old version. So if you write your code within Axios 1 dot and you then upgrade Axios later on to 2 dot, your code might not work the same anymore. So those are breaking changes. Then for the second number, those ones are going to be minor changes. So with those changes, something might be a little bit different, but it will not break your current code. So it will still work. And the last number is a bug fix. So every time they find a bug, they're just going to fix that bug and increment the last number by 1. And that is essentially what this means. So basically it's just the version number. And you will see all of your dependencies right here listed within your package.json file. And where are the dependencies now? So where are the installed files? And all of the installed files, so all of the installed packages, are usually within your node modules folder. Again, you do not have to touch the node modules folder under normal circumstances. But you can see right here you have your Vite.js, Acorn, AJV, Axios right here, and so on. So all of your packages are within your node modules folder. If you would now delete the node modules folder, so completely move to the recycle bin, you could do that, and that is absolutely no problem. Why is that no problem? Because all the dependencies and dev dependencies are stored and defined within your package.json file. And now you can just use npm-i, and this will take a look at your package.json file and install every single dependency defined within this package.json file once again. And as you can see, we're getting this node modules folder once again. And the reason for this is that it's now going to install every single dependency once again. And that is really useful because if you think about pushing your project to GitHub, for example, you oftentimes have a .gitignore file. And actually, I do not have to create that one because we already have one. You obviously do not want to add your node modules folder to your GitHub repository because the node modules folder is usually super big. Uploading takes a lot of time, storing it within GitHub requires a lot of space, and downloading it later on also takes a lot of time. So you do not have to push the node modules folder to your GitHub repository, but later on you can install all of the required dependencies anyways, because you have your package.json that defines all of the required dependencies, and you just have to use npm-i to install all of the necessary dependencies within your node modules folder. Let me introduce you to conditional rendering. Imagine we are having a normal number. So we are going to create a state that has the number and the setNumber method. useState is going to have an initial value of 0, for example. And now we, for example, want to render something if our number is below 10, and we want to render something else if our number is above 10. And there are two ways to achieve the exact same thing, and it's basically just normal JavaScript. Again, we have to switch to JavaScript, so we are using those brackets. Now we're going to check if our number is less than 10. We are just going to use a normal ternary operator. If our number is less than 10, then we want to output a div, for example, like so, that says less than 10. We're going to save that. Otherwise, so in that case, let's just copy that div. Let's paste it right behind that one. And let's say greater than 10. So if our number is less than 10, then we're going to output whatever we have right here after this question mark. So this is the normal ternary operator. Otherwise, so whatever we have after this colon will be outputted if our number is not less than 10. So in that case, we are going to output that div right here. Let's save that one. And as you can see, we're getting less than 10 because our number is less than 10. And if our number is now going to be 11, then we're going to output greater than 10. And we could, of course, have a button that is going to increment this number. So we could say button, onClick, setNumber. We're getting the previous number, and we are going to increment the previous value by 1 on every single button click. And again, since we're having arguments right here, we cannot pass the function like this, because right here, by using those brackets, we're again saying immediately call this function when rendering this component. And of course, we only want to call this function when the user clicks. So we need to pass this instead of the body of another function, like so. So now this works. And now we're having greater than 10, but let's initialize that one with 0 again. This button will have the text click, for example, doesn't matter. Now let's click that one a couple of times. And as you can see, now we're having greater than 10 once our number is going to be 11. We can also just display our number right here, like so. And now let's just try this again. And once we get to 10, we're having greater than 10. Obviously, this should be greater or equal to 10, but you get the idea. The second way to render something, depending on the condition, is the AND operator. And again, that is just normal JavaScript. So we have to change to JavaScript syntax again by using those brackets. And now we can say number greater than 10, for example, and then we can pass a div right here, like so. And let's say once we are greater than 10, then I want to render NPC codes, for example. Let me click this one a couple of times. And once we get to a number greater than 10, so to 11, for example, we are seeing NPC codes. And this works as follows. if the condition to the left is true, so if this condition is true, then we are going to render whatever we have to the right. And that is a pretty cool way in React to use the and operator. Let's understand how to render lists in React. In order to render a list, we first need to create a list. Let's create a list by using the state again. For example, we want to have our users, and we have the setUsers function. This is going to be equal to useState, and we're going to initialize useState with an empty array. But now, in our case, let's say we are not going to initialize it with an empty array, but we're instead going to initialize it with an array that has a couple of users already. So we can have a couple of objects inside of this array. And maybe every single object represents one user. So we can have a username, for example, for the first object, and that one is maybe equal to Jonas. And we can have an age for the first object, and that one is going to be equal to 27. Now I'm just going to copy this object maybe 2 more times, like so. And the second user might have the name Vinny and is 24. And the third user has the name Gabak and has the age 101. And now imagine I want to output all of the usernames and all of the ages right here. And that is something you want to do super often within React. Imagine you have a lot of blog posts, for example, and you just want to display blog post after blog post. Or you want to display a list of users that you get from the database. So this is a pretty realistic example as well. And again, we can use plain JavaScript to do that. And in our case, we're going to use the map method. So first of all, we change to JavaScript by using those brackets again. We're going to say users. So we are accessing this user's variable. And now we're going to call the map method. So that is a normal JavaScript method. Right here, we have to pass a callback function. And now this callback function will iterate or will execute a function for every single user. So we are getting one user for every single iteration. We can pass an arrow function right here. And now whatever we define inside of the body will be executed for every single user. Since we're using React, we need to return something. And we can, for example, return a div right here, like so, for every single user, and just output heyo. Let's save that one. And as you can see, we're getting heyo 3 times. And the reason for this is that this function will just go over this entire users array. User will store one of the users for every single iteration. So it's going to take the first user, store the first user in the user variable, and then it's going to execute this code. It finished the execution, so it's now going to take the second user, store it in the user variable, and execute the entire code again. So this body right here again. It's finished executing, so it takes the third user, does the same again. Now it wants to go on to the fourth user. There does not exist the fourth user, so it's going to break out of the loop essentially. So of course, since we're getting the user right here for every single iteration, we can now also access the key value pair, so the properties inside of every single object. So this is an object, and of course we can say user.username to access the username. We can also access the age by saying user.age, and we can just display that one here as well. So again, we need to change to JavaScript syntax because previously we changed to basically HTML. So we need to change to JavaScript once again because we're now accessing an object, and we can access user.username, as I said, like so. And now we're getting Jonas, Winnie, and Gabak. And we can also put everything into a wrapper div again, like so. And now we can have one div inside of this wrapper div for the username and one div for the age. And again, this is pretty similar to a component. Right here, you can only return one individual parent element. There needs to be a hierarchy. So one parent element, and then you can have as many children as you want inside of this parent element. But there needs to be one parent element. That's why I'm using a div as a wrapper. Let me save that one. And now we're getting username followed by the age. Also, at this point in time, if we go to the console right here and press inspect, you will see that we are getting this error. Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. So what does this mean? Right now, you can see that we're going over this user right here, and we are rendering this div every single time. So this is the parent element. The problem right now is that to React, all of these parent elements look the exact same. So this div essentially that calls Jonas 27, and this div that holds Vinny and 24, and this div that holds Gabak and 101 looks the exact same to React. So React wants something like a key. So if you think about a door, every single key is going to be unique. And since you have a unique key, it might be possible to identify the door. And the same goes for React. If you have a unique key for every single parent element, it's now possible for React to uniquely identify each component. And that is a concept that is super important within React, because later on you might want to delete, for example, within the map method, and without a key you of course couldn't target this component anymore. Maybe I want to delete the user that has the ID 505. But if I have 1000 users and none of those users has an ID, I cannot say who's the user with the ID 101. And most of the times you will have a unique ID. Oftentimes, if you work with a database provided by the database, and then you can use that one as a key and pass that one to the key property that we have right here. We're again going to switch to JavaScript, and now we can pass a unique ID like user.username. If we decide that this username in our database is going to be unique, this right here would be valid. But again, as I said, in a real database, you will oftentimes get the ID and you will use the ID. So let's just simulate that one. So we have an ID of 1 for the first user. We have an ID of 2 for the second user. And we have an ID of 3 for the third user. So now our ID is unique as well. So let me just pass the ID as a key instead of the username, like so. We're going to reload the page. And as you can see, now we're not getting this error anymore that each child should have a unique key. It's your favorite NPC, and today we're building a simple React to-do app together. You'll be able to add and delete tasks. And along the way, you'll learn the core React concepts: project setup, state, events, and updating the UI. So let's get started, guys. Let's get started by creating a new React project. So right-clicking the desktop, open terminal. And now let's create a new project by saying npm create read at latest, followed by the name of our project. In our case, it's going to be a to-do minus application. I'm going to press enter. As a framework, we want to select React. We want to use plain JavaScript. No, yes, and now it's installing. Now everything is set up, so we have this folder right here. It also started our server. So let's press Ctrl-C to quit, followed by Y. Enter. And now we want to navigate into this folder, so CD for change directory into to-do minus application. So to-do minus application. Let's press enter. And inside of this folder, let's now open Visual Studio Code to start editing. So now we have Visual Studio Code opened within this folder. Let's also open our Explorer, like so. And let's start by creating a terminal, so new terminal. And inside of this terminal, instead of a CMD, so command prompt terminal, we're going to start our server, so npm run dev. This is going to start our local server right here. So let's just paste this in, and we can see our initial Vite React page. Instead of our source folder, let's go to our app.jsx, and let's just remove everything. We're going to start from scratch. So const app is going to be equal to this component function. So we're going to create a component right here. We're going to export default app, and inside of this app component, we're for now just going to return a div, like so. We now want to create a to-do app. So first of all, we need to give the user the possibility to enter a to-do and a button that will essentially submit this to-do. So let's start by creating a div for our button, and for our input field. Instead of this div, we have input of type text. Name doesn't really matter too much for now, but let's just say it is going to have the name to-do and the ID to-do. The placeholder is going to be to-do, for example, or add the to-do ... So now we have this input field right here, and now let's also add a submit button. So we're going to add a button. This will be the text add, for example, doesn't really matter too much. And now let's just add a little bit of styling. So inside of our index.css, we're just going to remove everything, and let's only create a couple of basic styles by using the universal selector. Margin is going to be 0, padding is going to be 0, and box sizing is going to be border box. Let's also target our body, and let's just say that the background is going to be black, but let's use a pretty dark gray in our case. Inside of our app.jsx, let's also incorporate a style shield by saying we are going to import styles from /, and now let's create that file. So we're going to create a style.module.css file, and now we will include this module within our app.jsx by saying .style.module.css. And this should load all of the classes that we define within this module inside of our app.jsx. So we can now use this one. So let's go and add a class name for our input field that is going to be equal to styles. And let's say the class name that we're going to use is input. So we need to create this class inside of our style.module.css by saying .input. Our input is going to have padding of 10 pixels. And as you can see, our style shield seems to work. So now let's also create a container. This is going to be our search bar in total. So let's say the class name is going to be equal to styles.searchContainer. So again, we have to create this class by saying .searchContainer. This will take up 90% of the available space. And display is going to be equal to flex. The gap between the items is going to be 10 pixels. And our input element is going to have a flex grow of 1. So this one takes up all of the available space if there is space available. Let's also define a max width. So on very small devices, we are going to use 90%, but on super big devices, we want to have a max width of maybe 500 pixels. And let's in our case say 300 like so. Or let's go with 400. Now we also want to center this entire container. So let's use margin auto. And essentially let's use 100 pixels top, 100 pixels bottom, and auto left right to center it. For our input field, we'll have a border radius of maybe 5 pixels, a border of 0, and outline of 0. Let's also create a class for our button. So .btn. This one will have a padding top bottom of maybe 0, but left right of maybe 15 pixels. Let's say the background is going to be white, the border is going to be 0. And now let's just add this class to our button by saying class name styles.btn. And now we've added this button right here. For the border radius, we can also say that we want to have 5 pixels as well and a cursor of pointer. So now we can click this button and we can add a to-do. But obviously we need to keep track of the text that we have within our to-do. So we should create a state for that. So const to-do set to-do is going to be equal to useState. We're going to initialize with an empty string. And now we need to bind this input field to this state value right here. So the value is going to be equal to our to-do value, so to this value right here. And we need to accept changes, so on change, we're getting the event set to-do is going to be equal to e.target.value, so to the value that the user enters right here. And now we're able to enter the value, and the value will be stored within our to-do right here, so within our state. And now it would be pretty good to store all of the to-dos instead of a list. So once the user clicks this add button, we want to add the to-do, so the enter text to the to-do list. So we're going to say that const to-dos, which is going to store all of our to-dos, and set to-dos is also going to be equal to useState. And we're going to initialize this state with an empty array. So we'll store all of our to-dos inside of an array. Now let's also add this function. So const handle add to-do is going to be equal to an empty arrow function for now. And once the user clicks on this button right here, so once he clicks on this add button, we want to call this function. So on click, we're going to pass handle add to-do like so. And when the user clicks on this button, we're just going to create a new to-do, which is going to be equal to an object. And inside of this object, we will store a message, for example. This message will include whatever we have inside of this to-do right here. So to-do. And let me name this to-do object so we can really understand what is going on. And now it would also be pretty nice to have a unique ID for every single to-do. But since we are not working with a database right here, we have to create this ID ourselves. In a real-world application, the database would make sure that this ID will be generated. But in our case, let's just randomly create an ID by using math.random. And obviously, in this case, it's very unlikely, but math.random could potentially generate the same ID for 2 different to-dos by accident. So this is not 100% perfect, but for our app, this will work. And again, in the real world, you would use the database ID anyways. So now we're having this object right here, and now we want to add this object to our to-dos list. So set to-dos, we're going to get the previous value. The previous value includes all of our to-dos. In the beginning, this is just going to be an empty array. but once we've added a couple of to-dos, this is going to hold a couple of to-dos. So we want to create a new array, and inside of this array, we want to store all of the previous to-dos, but we also want to add our new to-do to this list, and we want to add it to the beginning because it should be the first element. So to-do object, and it might also make sense to reset the text right here once we added this to our to-do list. So set to-do is going to be equal to an empty string again, and now once we press on this button, we're going to add the to-do to this to-do list right here, and then we're just going to reset the string. So hey, first to-do, I'm going to press add, and as you can see, we removed the text right here, or resetted the text. So let me console.log the to-dos for you, so you see that this in fact works. Let me go into full screen mode, console, and as you can see, inside of our array, we now have one to-do. This is going to be the second one. I'm going to press add, and now we have an array that includes two objects. This here is second, and this here is first. So this seems to work up to this point. Now we also need to render all of the to-dos within our app. So right below our search container, we can create a new container that will be responsible for displaying all of our to-dos. We're going to switch to JavaScript right here, and we're going to say to-dos.map. For every single iteration, we're going to get one single to-do. And right here, we are just going to return a button, for example, like so. So button that for now says hello, for example. And as you can see, we're getting those two buttons that both say hello. You will see in a second why we're using a button. But for now, let me also give this container div the class or a class name of styles.to-do-list container. I'm going to take that one. Instead of our style.module.css, right below the search container, let's create the to-do list container. I'm also going to use display of flex. I'm going to use a flex direction of column. And I'm going to use a gap of maybe 15 pixels, like so. And now I also want to create a wrapper container for this entire card, essentially. So class name is going to be equal to styles.container. And now I'm going to use this wrapper container to define a width for both our search container and our to-do list container. So I'm going to say .container will have a width of 90% and a max width of 400 pixels. And now this search container is going to take up all of the available space, so all of those 90%. And the margin will be added right here as well. I can also remove the max width right here. And now I can just press save. And as you can see, now we defined the width for both of our containers at the same time. Now our to-do list container, let me take a look at that one, will have a margin top of maybe 40 pixels. And now we also need to style the buttons. So we'll give our button a class of styles.toDoButton. Let me save that one. We're going to create a .toDoButton class. This one will have a background of white, a padding of 10 pixels, a border of 0, text align of left, a border minus radius of 5 pixels, a cursor of pointer, and for the padding, I'm probably going to use 15 pixels. Now, once the user clicks on one of those buttons, I basically want to remove this button from the list. So the user should be able to delete the to-do on click. In order to do so, I'm going to add the on click event right here. And I'm going to create a function later on that will have the name handle delete. Let's create this function right now. So const handle delete is going to be equal to an empty arrow function for now. And now we somehow need to be able to uniquely identify every single to-do. How can we do so? We can do so by using the ID. First of all, of course, we should also define a key prop. So key is going to be equal to to-do. And what kind of properties could we use to uniquely identify every single to-do? So a to-do at the moment has the message property and the ID property. And the ID property should be unique. So we can use the ID as a key. But we can also use the ID to uniquely identify every single to-do. So on click, we can execute handle delete, but we can also accept an ID for this function. So we're going to create a callback function that just calls handle delete once the user clicks on this button. And we're going to pass our to-do.id to this function. So if the user is going to click this button right here, for example, we are going to execute the handle delete function for the button with this ID, so with the ID of the click button. And now we can say that we want to accept the ID right here. We're going to create filtered to-dos, which is going to include all of the to-dos except of the to-do of the clicked element. We're going to say to-dos dot filter. For every single iteration, we're going to get one single to-do, and we're going to return the to-do if to-do.id is not equal to the ID. So in that case, the to-do ID is not the ID of the click to-do, and therefore we can return it. If the ID of the to-do of the current iteration is equal to the ID of the click to-do, then they are both equal, and in that case we do not want to return this to-do because we just deleted it. And if that worked, we are going to set our to-dos to our filtered to-dos, and that should remove this to-do. So let me show you. I'm going to click, we remove that to-do, and we remove that one. And let me also show you that this works by using different text. So this 1, this 2, actually this does not work because we did not add the text yet, so let's do that next. At the moment we're just rendering hello right here, but we should, for example, render to-do.message. That might make a little more sense. So now we have 2 and 1, and let me also do 3 right here. And now let me remove 2. 2 has been removed, 1 has been removed, and 3 has been removed. And as you can see now, our to-do app actually works. We can say we want to go to the cinema, we want to go swimming, we want to eat food, and we want to watch a lot of NPC codes. But maybe this here is trash, so we're just going to delete it, guys. Let's understand the useEffect hook. We've previously learned the useState hook, and now we want to add the useEffect hook because that one is really, really important as well. We can start by importing the useEffect hook by saying import useEffect. We're going to import the useEffect hook from React, as you can see. And now we're first of all going to create a variable by using the useState hook. So let's say we have a number, set number, this is going to be equal to useState, and we're going to initialize the value with the number 0, like so. For example, we are now just going to render the number inside of a div, like so. And now we're seeing the number right here. And maybe right below we are having a button, and this button just says click. And on click, we want to increment this number by 1. So we can just pass a function right here that sets our number to prev plus 1, for example. So it just increments the previous value by 1, essentially. So now, as you can see, we're updating the number. Now let's also add the useEffect hook. To use the useEffect hook, you use the useEffect keyword like so, followed by opening and closing brackets. So you're again just calling a function that the React team has created for us. And as you can see, this function expects a callback function. So we have to pass another function as the first argument, like so. And now let's just define a body right here. So we can just console.log whatever, for example. This doesn't really matter. Now we're going to save this one, and we can pass a second argument to our useEffect hook. And I'll explain that one in a second. But let me just show how this looks like. In the beginning, this is usually an empty array. And you will understand this array in a second. But let's first of all reload the page so we clear the console. And you can see that we're getting whatever right here inside of the console. Now if I'm going to click the button, as I already told you, on every single button click, the component is going to re-render because our setState hook right here will be executed. Therefore, the component is going to re-render in order to update the number right here. So let me show you. We are updating, but we're somehow not seeing whatever again in the console. So this seems to only work once we load the component initially. So once I load the page, the useEffect hook seems to get executed, but it does not seem to get executed ever after again. But if I'm going to pass the number in here, for example, I'm going to save that one, and I'm now going, let me reload the page so we have a clear console, and I'm now going to click, for example, we can see whatever on every single button click, as you can see. So the useEffect hook is actually really simple. This hook will run once when you load the page. So on the first render, the useEffect hook will run first. So right before this component will be rendered for the first time, we are going to run the useEffect hook. So this is really good to fetch data, for example. And if we do not pass anything to this array that we pass as the second argument, this useEffect hook will never ever run again. It will only run once in the beginning. If you want to re-execute this useEffect hook though, when something changes, then we have to pass something inside of this array. And if we say number, for example, then we will execute this useEffect hook every time our number changes. So once we use that number, this useEffect hook is going to run again and will therefore execute whatever we have inside of this body again. If we would also have something like number2, for example, set number2, which is also going to be equal to useState, and we also initialize that one with 0, and we're now just going to duplicate this onClick function, so this onClick button, and we're now using the second button to set number2, for example, and the text is v2, so we can just see the difference. I can now increment number1, and I can increment number2 by pressing the button. So I can increment, let me clear the console, I can increment number1 by pressing click. I can increment number2 by pressing 2 right here. But as you can see, we're only seeing whatever when we click the first button. So when we increment number1. If I'm going to add number2 to the dependencies though, this useEffect hook will now also run or rerun every time when number2 changes. Let me show you. So now number2, whatever. Number1, whatever, number2, whatever. So we're getting whatever over and over again. Every time one of the dependencies, as you call them in React, changes, we will rerun the useEffect hook. So useEffect, to summarize, will run once in the beginning. The code that will be executed will be passed as a callback function right here, and it will re-execute every time, every single time, when one of the dependencies that we have to pass as an array changes. Let me introduce you to fetching data from an API, for example, and how to handle the errors. In our case, we're just going to use a simple API that we can find online. We will use the create random user API. So right here, we have this random user generator, if you click on this link. And as you can see, every time I call this API, we are going to generate a random user. Here you also have the documentation, how to use it. And all we need to get a random user is we need to call this API. So this URL essentially. And I'm going to show you how this works. If I'm going to enter this link right here, and I'm going to press enter, you can see that we're getting a result. Instead of this result, we have a gender, that one is female right now, name, that includes a title, a first, a last, and so on, as well as location. So we get a result that includes all of the information about the user. I can reload this one again, and we're getting a different person right now. Now we have a male, now we have a female, now we have another male, and so on. So every time we call this API, so this endpoint, and an endpoint is essentially just a URL. This URL, so this endpoint will reply with a response. And this response, in this case, includes this object that contains a result right here. And if we take a look at the documentation, you can also see that this is what the result looks like. We're getting an object. As you can see, we're getting this object. This object results includes an array. And inside of this array, we have things like the gender, the name, and so on. So this is essentially just what we're getting right here. And now we can use normal JavaScript instead of React to fetch the data right here. And usually, when do you want to fetch data? Usually it might make sense to at least fetch data every time the user loads the page. So most of the time you will do something like useEffect. Now we're going to create the useEffect hook. As the first argument, again, we have to pass a callback function that we will execute at least once. Depending on the dependencies, it might also be more than once. In our case, let's just have an empty array. So we will just call this function in the beginning when loading the page. So once loading the page, we will just fetch a new user. And in order to fetch something in JavaScript, we are just going to use the fetch method that is built into JavaScript. So just normal JavaScript again. This method expects an input. This input is a string that includes the URL. So this method will call this URL that we pass right here. So in our case, it's this https randomuser.me/API URL. And if this fetch request is successful, then it's going to return the data. So I'm going to save that one. And this URL again is just this URL that we called right here. So that we entered instead of our browser. And the data this is going to return is just the data that we're getting right here. So this is the exact same, just using code this time. Now, if you think about it though, you're sending a request to a server where this API, where this data is essentially generated and stored. If everything works, then you're getting a response from the server and you're getting the data therefore within the response. But if you think about it, this is something that takes time. So this is nothing that happens instantaneously. And if you use JavaScript, every time you do something that takes a little bit of time and you do not know how much time this is going to take, you want to use async and await. So now we have to await the result essentially. And we can store the result in a variable that has the name res for response, for example. But as you can see, we're already getting an error. Cannot use keyword await outside an async function. So in order to be able to await something, we need to say that this function is going to be async right here. But as you can see, we're getting an error. And the reason for this is that useEffect can never be asynchronous. So this is not allowed inside of React. Something that is allowed though is to define another function within the useEffect hook. So we can, for example, say that this function const get user data is going to be equal to an error function. And this error function now is going to be asynchronous. So this right here is in fact allowed. And now we can just say that our response is going to be equal to await fetch that data right here. And now it is possible to just call this function within the useEffect hook. So get user data. So that right here is absolutely valid, whereas marking the callback function that we pass to the useEffect hook as async, so this is not valid. That is something that is not allowed. But that right here is completely fine within React. So every time you want to execute asynchronous code within React, you have to define another function within the useEffect hook, for example. And then you can just call that function later on like this. Now we're having the response, but at the moment, let me just console.log the response so you see what is going on. Let's go to our page. Let me inspect, and you can see in the console, once I'm reloading the page, we're getting the response right here. This includes the body, the headers, and so on. So this response object has a lot of data. But in order to really get the data sent within the response, we have to do one more step. So we can say that const result is going to be equal, or in our case, it's going to be our user. So const user is going to be equal to res.json. So we have to parse the body that we're getting right here, in order to get the data from this object. And as you can see, user is declared, but its value is never read. But right now, this is also not going to work. Let me just show you that that one does not work. So let's console.log our user right here. Whoops, user like so. Let me reload the page. And as you can see, we're getting a promise. So res.json, that is something that is asynchronous itself. And every time we have something that is asynchronous, so that takes some time to execute, and we do not know how much time exactly, we need to wait for it. So we need to await it essentially. So again, await res.json. And now this right here should work. So let's reload the page, and we're getting this as a result. And the result, as mentioned previously, is the result that we're getting right here as well. So the result is just an array in our case. So now user is an object. Instead of this object, we can, by using the dot notation, access the results. So user dot results, like so. Let me just log that one. Let me reload the page. So now we are having user dot results, which again is an array. Now we can access the first element within this array. So user dot results of 0, like so. Let me reload again. Now we're getting this object within this array. So I know this is something that's really confusing, but again, it's just accessing arrays and objects step by step. And now inside of this object, we can now access all of those properties again. Since this is an object, we can use dot notation. So we can use dot email, for example, to get the email within this object. So dot email, like so. And now if I'm going to reload the page, you can see that we're getting the email. So this right here is the email. If I'm going to reload again, I'm getting the email and so on. And now, of course, I could say that I want to store this user in a user state, for example. So I could say const user set user is equal to use state. In the beginning, this is just going to be empty. And now, for example, we can say that instead of console.logging this, we're just going to set the user to whatever we have inside of user.results of 0, like so. And now let's just console.log this one again. So we're just storing this object at the moment within our state right here. So this state will now contain this object. And now we could, for example, say that we just want to output user.gender, for example. Let's save that one. And as you can see, we're getting female right here. We can also say that we want to have this one instead of a div, like so. And we can also say that we want to have user.email, for example. Now we're having the email and we're having the gender. So we first called this API within the useEffect hook, stored the data by using the useState hook inside of the user variable, and now we can access all of the values within the user variable inside of React. But if you think about it, as I already mentioned, this code is asynchronous because it takes a little bit of time to first send a request to the server, then you have to await the request, so you have to await the response. And once you got the response, only then you can use the data. So we are waiting a little bit of time for the data. So it might make sense to display a loading while the user is waiting for the data. If he has a super slow internet connection, for example, this request might take pretty long because he's sending the request goes off, but it's super slow, bad internet connection, and he's not seeing anything during this time. So just showing loading during this period might make sense. But as you can see, now I'm getting this error in the console. So let me show you. Uncaught type error cannot read property of null. And the reason for this is that user.gender, when loading the component for the first time, does essentially not exist because, as I said, this request here takes a little bit of time because we're sending a request to the server, waiting for the response, so this just takes time. And when loading the component for the first time, we do not have user.gender. So in order to fix that, we can just use this question mark right here, which means only access user.gender if it is really available, and the same for our email. And if it is not available, just render nothing essentially. And since we're waiting for our data right here, and once we have the data, we are re-rendering the entire component anyways because we're setting our user right here. It will then be available and we will then see our user.gender. But for a couple of milliseconds, we will not have our user and therefore not see our user. Once the user is loaded, we will set the user, re-render the component, and then we see user.gender and user.email. So you can see that we now have female as well as the email. Again, it might make sense though, during the loading time, so during the time we are awaiting the response, to show a loading state to the user. And we can do that by just using the useState hook again. So const loading set loading, which is equal to useState. And I'm going to say that this one is by default equal to false. So we're not loading by default. So now once we start to get the user data though, we are obviously starting to load. So in this case, we should say that set loading is going to be equal to true. And at the end, after we've set the user data right here, we know that everything worked. So set loading at this point should probably be false. So set loading is going to be equal to false because now we're done loading. And now we can use this loading variable right here to conditionally render a loading spinner. If we are loading, then we are of course loading and should display loading to the user. If we are not loading, then we should not display loading. So in our case, we can just go ahead, use JavaScript syntax right again. And now we can say if we are loading, so if loading is equal to true, and we can of course also write it like this, because this means the exact same thing. So if loading is equal to true, then we're going to render whatever we have after this and symbol. So div, for example, closing tag, and inside of this div, we can just return loading. Let me reload the page. And you can see we saw for a couple of milliseconds loading. So now I'm going to tell you already though that this is not the perfect way to do it. Obviously this code here awaits a fetch request. And every time we request something from a server, of course there can also occur an error. And if we get an error, then we should of course catch this error. And we can fix that by using a try catch block. And we're going to try whatever we have right here within the try block, like so. If we're getting an error, then in our case, let's just console.log the error, like so. And now we want to set loading to true right here, so right in the beginning. And after we've done everything, so once we've either tried or caught the error, only afterwards we want to set loading to false. And in that case, we can use the finally block of the try catch block. So finally will always run. It will run after our try block and it will run after our catch block. Whatever block will run essentially. So finally will run afterwards, and that is perfect because right after our try or our catch block, we want to set loading to false. So now this right here should work as well. Let me show you. We're getting loading again, as you can see, and then we're getting the result. So now in case we have an error though, it might make sense to display an error to the user. So we can again use state in order to fix it. So we can have an error state, so an error variable, we can set this variable by using setError, for example, and this one is going to be equal to useState. By default, we are not having an error, so I'm going to set that one to false. And now, in addition to console.logging the error, we can also set our error, and now our error, since we have an error, is equal to true. And now again, we can use conditional rendering with this error variable to display an error message in case the user gets an error. So let's just again go into JavaScript. If we have an error, then we want to return a div, for example. And instead of this div, we can just display whoops, for example, like so. Let's reload. We're having loading right now. And this time it took pretty long. So you really saw how loading works. Maybe I had a pretty bad internet connection right now. But now let's also simulate an error. So let's, for example, try to call an endpoint that does not exist by adding an A, for example. So if I'm going to call this endpoint, this is not going to work because this endpoint probably does not exist. And this error variable therefore should be equal to true, and we should display whoops. Let me save that one. Let me reload. And we're getting whoops after we loaded our data. So now during the loading process, we are seeing loading. If everything works, we are seeing whatever we have right here. If we get an error, then we're just going to display that right here. Let's understand useRef within React. Imagine we are having a button that says click me to focus and an input field of type text. And on button click, we want to focus this input field right here. So once we click this button, we want this input field to be focused. So first of all, we need to create a method that we call onClick. And that one can be handle focus input, for example. We don't have this method yet, so we need to create that one. So const handle focus input is going to be equal to an arrow function for now, to an empty arrow function for now, to be precise. And now we also need to have a reference to our input field, because of course we need to say which input field do we want to focus. We could also have 3 input fields, for example, and now we only want to focus the second input field right here, so this one. So we need to get the reference, and in order to get a reference to an element within React, we can use the useRef hook. So we can say const second input ref is going to be equal to useRef. We need to import this useRef hook from React. So let's click that one. And now we can use opening and closing brackets and define an initial value. The initial value by default is going to be null. So let's pass null right here. Why is it going to be null? Because when first rendering or defining this variable, to be precise, useRef is null because this component tree has not yet been rendered. But once we render this component tree, and therefore once we render the second input field in our case, we want to link this second input ref variable to this input field right here. And we can do so by using the ref attribute and passing the variable name that we want to link this input field to. So ref is equal to second input ref, like so. So now this variable holds this input field as a reference, and we can do something with this reference for now. So we could, for example, say second input ref. And for now, let me just console.log our second input ref so you really understand what is going on. Let's open this inside of the console. And as you can see, within our console, once I'm going to reload and once I'm going to click to focus, you can see that we're getting this object right here. And this object holds the current property. It always holds the current property. And current always displays the linked field. So you can see that current includes our input right here. So we could, for example, say that we want to get second input ref.current. So let's take a look at that one. Once I'm going to click, you can see that we're now getting this input field right here. So our second input field. And now let's go back. So this seems to work. So we can access our input field by saying second input ref.current. And now let's say on click, we just want to focus that input field. And for that, we can just use a normal JavaScript method .focus. And that will just focus that input field. So let me click this button. And as you can see, now we're focusing the second input field. And for those who know a little bit of JavaScript, a ref is pretty similar to document.getElementById. So you just get a reference to a certain element, and later on you can do pretty much anything with this element. So you could also say that you want to define the style. So you can just use normal JavaScript again and say style.background is going to be equal to yellow, for example. Let me save that one. And once we click now, you can see that the background color is now yellow. So by using the variable name followed by current, you get the reference to the element, and afterwards you can just use normal JavaScript to, for example, manipulate the element. Once you click a button, once you do this or that, so that's up to you. How can we use images within React? And let me first of all show you the problem. So we're going to get an image. So let's, for example, just go to unsplash.com. And right here, let's just download any image. So let's get this image, for example. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to drag this image into our source folder, for example, and I'm going to rename this one to test.jpg. So now we're having this test image. And now I maybe want to render this test image within this page. I could, of course, go ahead and say image source is going to be /. And now I could just target test.jpg. And I'm going to save that one. And as you can see, we're not seeing anything. So this does not seem to work. If you want to use an image within React, you always have to import it, and then you can use it. So then you can pass it as a source. And you can do so by saying import, followed by the name that you want to use for this image. So that can be anything. It could be test, it could be sun, it could be royal. So let me use royal so you see that this works. And now we need to define the path. So we want to get this image from /. It's in the same folder. So we want to get this from test.jpg like so. So now we imported this image, but now we also need to pass this image to the source attribute right here. And we're going to do this within those brackets. So we're going to switch to JavaScript. And now we're going to pass royal right here. We're going to save this one. And as you can see, we get a super big image. It's obviously way too big. But let's also use a width of 100 pixels, for example, like so. And you can see that we're getting this image right here. Let's understand how to use icons within React. So imagine we wanted to use a home icon and a Twitter icon, for example, on this page. You can use a pretty nice library for that. To get icons, we can, for example, use React Icons, which is a React Icons library that provides a lot of different icons for React. Once loaded, you will probably see this GitHub link right here. So this React Icons preview for IO. So we are going to open this page. And now we will see a lot of different icons that we can use. And React Icons essentially just combines a lot of different libraries, a lot of different packages into one single big package and provides all of the icons. So all of the icons from all of the sub packages. So for example, some of you might know Font Awesome. Font Awesome provides a couple of different icons. And as you can see, we can take a look at all of the icons from Font Awesome 5, for example. So we have all of those packages, and React Icons essentially just includes all of the icons from all of the packages. So if we need a home icon, for example, we can just search for home within the search bar. We will now see all of the home icons from all of the different packages, and we can choose the one that we prefer. So we can, for example, get a home icon from FA, we can get a home icon from IO, we can get a home icon from MD, and so on. And in our case, let's say we want to grab this FA home icon. So we can click on this icon right here. And right here, you see the code that we need to incorporate this icon. So first of all, we need to import this icon. So let's copy this line. Let's go back to our code. And right on top of our code, we are going to paste in, this entire line, like so. So now we imported this icon. And now we can use this icon by using this icon as a component. So let's copy this component. Let's render this component within our div. And let's save this one. And now we also need to make sure that we installed this package right here. So in order to use this package, we need to install this package, and we can do so by saying npm I react -icons. This will install the React Icons library. So we get access to this import and to this component right here. And now once we go to our page, you can see that we are seeing this home icon. If we wanted to include Twitter right now, we could of course go back to our page to React Icons and search for Twitter. Now we want to get Twitter from FA Twitter, for example. So I'm going to import that one as well. And as you can see, FA Twitter comes from the exact same sub library. So React Icons /FA. So we can combine FA Home and FA Twitter right here. And we do not need two separate imports. Now let's also copy FA Twitter right here. Let's save that one. And now we should see Twitter and our home icon on the original page. If this icon would come from a different sub-library, like TFI for example, then we would need to create a new import. So then we would have to do this right here and add this icon right here, right below. And now this would still work, but we would need another additional import like so. And it's as simple as that to use icons within React. it's your favorite NPC, and today we are going to build this weather app together using React. You're able to search for a city or a country, for example, and it will output weather stats like temperature, humidity, and wind speed. I walk you through this step by step until you got the same result. So let's get started. Let's create a new React app by right-clicking the desktop, for example, open in terminal. Right here, we are going to use the command npm create vite at latest to use the newest vite version, followed by the project name. In our case, let's use weather app, for example. Let's press enter. As a framework, we are going to use React. We're going to use plain JavaScript. No, yes, and now it's going to install. Let's press Ctrl C to exit hosting the website on our local machine. Let's press Y, enter, and now let's first of all navigate into our folder. So into our weather app. So cd weather -app to change directory. Now we're within this weather app directory. So let's open VS Code within this folder. So now VS Code is open. Let's also start our app by using npm run dev. And let's press this link right here. So this is our basic app. Let's go ahead and delete everything again within our app.jsx file. Let's create a new file. So const app is going to be equal to this component function. And we're going to export default app like so. Instead of this app component, we're just going to return a div, an empty div for now. And our index.css, and for our index.css, let's just remove everything. We don't want to have any CSS code in the beginning, except for the basic styles that we're going to define ourselves, which is going to be a margin of 0, a padding of 0, and a box sizing of border box. Let's also say for the body that we want to have a pretty dark background, so background is going to be black, and now I'm just going to choose a super dark gray, like so. And now let's create our app. So first of all, we essentially want to have a card right here in the center. Within this card, we want to have an input field, as well as a button that we can press to start our search. So we're going to create another div as a wrapper for the search bar. And instead of the search container, we're going to have an input field of type text that is going to be responsible for getting us the city the user entered. So city, ID is city, and placeholder is going to be city as well. Now we also need a button to submit the search, so button. And inside of this button, we want to use an icon. In order to use this icon, let's search for React icons. Let's go to this page right here that displays all of the icons that are available, and we want to have a search bar icon, or a search icon to be precise. In our case, I think this one here is pretty good, so we are just going to import it. But in order to use it, we first need to install the library React-icons. So let's create a new command prompt that we can use to install npm i React icons, so our React icons library. This will take a second. And once installed, we can use this icon. So we can just say that we want to import this icon. And now we also want to use this icon. And we can do so by copying this one right here and pasting it in within our button, like so. And as you can see, we now have this little icon right here. Right below this search bar, we want to have an image that represents the current weather. We can do so by using flaticon. So flaticon. We're going to go to the first link right here. And let's search for a sun right now. We're just going to take any sun, doesn't really matter too much. So let's download this one. This should be a PNG. Let's take that one and drag it into our project, and let's for now create a new images folder. So images. I'm going to drag the sun into this images folder, and I'm going to rename it to sun. Let's take the sun and display this one right below this div, so image. To get the image, we need to import it. So import sun from /images/sun.png. And now as a source, we can pass the sun image right here. So now we should have the sun right below, as you can see. Right below, I'd like to have the temperature. So instead of a paragraph, I'm just going to have a placeholder for now. So 8 degrees, for example, right here. Right below that, I want to display the city, which could be Munich, for example. So this again is a placeholder. And right below, I want to have another div. And inside of this div, I want to have two other divs. So two other components. So let's create one div and let's create another div. And for now, let's just have a random value in here and in here. Doesn't matter too much at this point. But now let's go to styling. So first of all, we need to create the styles. So we're going to create a style sheet by saying style.module.css. And now we're going to import this style sheet within our app.jsx by saying import styles from /style.module.css. And now we need to create different classes. Let's first of all create a container class for this entire app. So class is going to be equal to styles.container. Let me create this container. So .container. This one is going to have a background, and let's create a linear gradient for that one that goes to the bottom. So to bottom. Let's use black to black for now, and let's replace that one with a better color. So let's, for example, use this blue, and let's use this blue right here. We need a comma right here. Let's save. And this here needs to be RGB. For the entire container, let's also use padding of 40 pixels into every single direction and a border minus radius of 20 pixels. Let's start by styling our search bar right here, or the search container, by saying this one will have the class name of styles.searchContainer, and this is going to have a class name of styles.searchBar, and this is going to have a class name of styles.searchBTN for button. We're going to start by styling the search container. So .search container will have display of flags, a gap of maybe 15 pixels. So now we have a gap between the input field and the button, and maybe 10 is enough. Width is going to be 100%, like so. And now let's style our input field. So our search bar, .search bar will have a flex grow of 1. So it will take up all of the available space. Padding 10 pixels into every single direction. Border 0, border radius 5 pixels, and now the exact same for our button. So let's get our search button. .search button will have a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a border minus radius of 5 pixels, a border of 0, a display of flex, justify content of center, line items of center. So we're centering the search icon, a font size of 1.3 rem. So our search icon is a little bit bigger, a background of white, and this should do the job. We are also going to have a cursor of pointer, so this looks clickable. So now we can enter the city, and we can click search, but this here should probably have an outline of 0. Now we can enter a city like Munich, and once we click on this button, we will later on fetch all of the necessary data. Now our image is also way too big, so I'm going to say this image will have a class name of styles.preview image, like so. .preview image is going to have a width of 100 pixels, and let me use 300 like so, or 250 in this case. Now let's target the temperature. So this one will have a class name of styles.temperature, and this here is going to have a class name of styles.city. So let's start by styling the temperature. .temperature will have a color of white, a font size of 8 rem, and our entire UI will use a different font family. So font family, let's use system UI because this is quick and looks pretty good. I'm also going to style .city, font size 4 rem, color is going to be white, and maybe 3 is a little bit better, like so. And now I want to have this 90 to the left and this 90 to the right. Both of those values are inside of a container, and this here is going to be the wrapper container. So this div will have a class name of styles.info container, like so. So we're just going to target.info container right here. This is going to have a display of flex and justify content of space between, like so. So as you can see, this now looks pretty good. But let's also add the styling to this container. First of all, I should have a color of white, but I also want to use some icons right here. So again, we can use React icons. Let's go ahead and search for humidity, like so. And let's actually search for a water drop, because humidity doesn't look too good. And now I'm just going to take this icon right here. I'm going to import this icon, like so, within our app.jsx file. And I'm going to use this water drop within this div right here, like so. Let's take a look at this. So this is what this looks like at the moment. And I want to have this water drop to the left, and then I want to have text to the right that displays the current humidity. So I'm going to create another container right here that will include a paragraph. This paragraph is going to contain the humidity, so 90 for example, and the text humidity. So we will read this value from the database, and this here is going to be a static value. And for now, I'm just going to copy the exact same for the second container to the right, like so. But this one will not be humidity. This will, for example, be wind speed. And now I'm also going to get a wind icon that we can use. So maybe I'll just use this one. Going to copy that one, paste it in here, and now I'm also going to use this icon right here instead of our water drop. And let's take a look at the app. So this is what this looks like. Let's first of all center all of this and add a little bit of spacing so we really see what is going on. And in order to do so, I'm going to create a flex column out of this entire container. So display is going to be flex. Flex direction is going to be column though. Align items, center. So now everything is centered. But as you can see now, this here looks pretty weird. So let me fix that one as well. We just need to say that this info container will have a width of 100%. So this will take up all of the available space. Now let's also create some spacing. So the sun should maybe be, or maybe have a little bit of space to the top. And the sun was our preview image. Maybe the size also slightly too big. So let's use 200. Let's use margin top of 40 pixels. And let's maybe use 70 or 60. I think Munich could be slightly smaller. So city, let's use 2 rem, or let's use 2.5 like so. And now let's create a little bit more gap for this container right here. So info container should have a margin top of maybe 80 pixels. Now we have a little bit of space right here. And as you can see, it would now look a little bit better if this here would have a slightly different style. So first of all, we should increase the size of the icons. And we can do so by using a class name right here of styles.icon. Let's use the same class name for our second icon. And now we are going to create the .icon class that will create a font size of 1.5 rem, for example. Or let's actually go with 2, for example. Now this entire container that includes the icons and the text should also be a flex box, because this drop, for example, should be to the left and this container right here should be to the right. So we're going to say class name styles.info subcontainer. And I'm going to use the same class for this subcontainer here. We're going to create this class. So .subcontainer will have display of flex, gap of 10 pixels, so gap 10 pixels, align items of center. And now I think it would be pretty cool if this here would also be slightly bigger. So probably be bold. So I'm going to create a class bold, which will just create font weight of bold. And now I can just use the class bold right here by saying styles.bold. So this here is bold now, and now I'm just going to copy this class and paste it in here as well. So now this text is bold as well. So now let's also make this entire card a little bit smaller, because right now you see it always takes up 100% of the available width. First of all, let's center this entire card, and we can do so by giving the parent element right here of this container a flex box that takes up all of the available width and height and just centers the child element, so this div. And the parent to this div is, instead of our main.jsx, the body, to be honest. So we need to go into our index.css. We need to say this here is going to be display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, and this will also have a height of 100 viewport height, like so. And as you can see now, this right here is centered. But it's also a little bit too small, so what we can do to fix that is we can just give our container right here a width. And the width, for example, could be equal to 90%. And as you can see, this does not really work. So what is the reason? Let's just go to inspect. So we're going to inspect this element. And as you can see, this element right here is this container right here. So let's open that one. And as you can see, this container includes our search bar and all of the items below. If we take a look at our code, this container that we are seeing right here is within our app.jsx, this container right here. And this container is inside of this root div right here. So this root div on our index.html is this div right here, and we are rendering everything within this root. So this root seems to limit the space at the moment. So instead of our index.css, we need to target hashtag root, so the element that has the ID root, and say that this one has a width of 100%. And now, as you can see, it starts to work. But now also, let's say that instead of our style.module.css, this div right here only takes up 90% of the available space. Let me save that one. And as you can see now, it only takes up 90% of the available space. And let's also create a max width of maybe 400 pixels. And we could also make this a little bit bigger. So we could say 600, for example. And now it takes up 600% of the available width. But once we get to a small device, it only takes up 90% of the available width. Let's also use margin of auto. So this here gets centered, and I'm going to use 80% actually. But now, of course, we created the styling for this entire app, but we also need to get the data to dynamically insert the data for the city Munich, for example, or for the city that we've entered. So first, we somehow need to store this value right here. So the value that the user entered within this input field. So within this field. So we are going to create a state for that. Const city set city is going to be equal to useState. We're going to initialize with an empty string. We are going to add a city as a value right here. So we connected this input field with our state. On change, we're going to get an event, and we're going to set our city to e.target.value. And now once the user clicks this button, we want to fetch the data. In order to do so, we are going to create an on-click event right here that is going to handle fetch. So this function is going to fetch the data from the API. So const handle fetch is going to be equal to this empty arrow function for now. And now we need to get the original data. So the user enters a city, we need to search for the city and somehow get the data. And in order to do so, we can use an API. And there are different solutions out there, but we are going to use the Open Weather API. So you can just click on this first link, Weather API from Open Weather Map. And if you click on API right here, you will see all of their APIs. And the one that we're going to use is the current weather data that provides the current weather data once we send a fetch request to their API. And as you can see right here, they have the documentation, how to make an API call. And we're actually going to make an API call by using the city. So let me show you. If we're just going to scroll down a little bit, we will get to a point where it says city name right here. So here are built-in API requests by city name, and we're just going to copy the first one. So that is going to be our API call. And essentially what an API is, you send a request to this API, and the API will respond with data, for example. And in our case, it's going to be weather data. Within our app, we are going to create a const link that's going to be equal, let's use backtick characters, to this link right here. And as you can see, we need to include a city name right here and an API key. So let's first of all create an API key variable. So API key is going to be equal to, but we don't have this API key yet. So where do we find this API key? And actually, let me first log out so you see how this works. You first of all have to create an account and log in, or you can just log in. With the data, I'm going to log in. And once you've logged in, you can go to your API keys right here. And now you will see your API keys that you can use. And you can generate a new one. If you generate a new one, for me it took like a couple of hours until the API key was valid. But most of the times it should work probably a little bit faster. But if calling the API does not work for you at first, then the reason might be that it takes a little bit of time until the key is activated. So nevertheless, we're going to copy this key. We're going to paste it in here within the string. And now we're going to replace those brackets right here with our API key. So API underline key. Now we also need to replace the city right here. And we can replace the city again with our city variable. So the city that the user essentially entered right here. Let's take the city like so. So this right here is going to be the city that the user enters, and this right here is going to be our API key. And let me show you that this in fact also works if we're just going to take this right here, paste it in here. I'm going to replace our API key variable with my actual API key. And I'm going to replace the city with an actual city like Munich, for example. I'm going to press enter. And as you can see, This is essentially what we're getting back later on. We're just getting some data once we call this link or once we access this link. Because when using this link, we are essentially requesting data from the server. The server says, okay, this is a valid request because the API key and the city is valid. So the server responds with a bunch of data, and this is what the data looks like. So this is essentially just an object that we can later on access to get data like the description, visibility, wind speed, and so on. And the data that we get later on will look the exact same, but you'll see that in a second. So how can we now get data? In React, we can always get data by using fetch. So const res for response is going to be equal to fetch. And we're just going to call this link right here because that was the link that we just called right here. But now we're going to dynamically insert the parameters within this link to give the user the opportunity to search for a certain city. And of course, a fetch request is asynchronous because we're doing a server call. So we need to await this one. If we're using await, this also needs to be asynchronous. Now we're getting this response. To get the data, we're now going to say data is going to be equal to res.json. And now we need to await this once again. And now let me just console.log the data. And this right here again is just normal JavaScript. This is not React specific. We're just saying that we want to store the response within this response object and then we want to get the data. So now right here, let's take a look. We're going to go to inspect console. Let me reload the page so we have a fresh console. And now I'm going to enter in Munich right here. I'm going to press search. And you can see this fetch the data from the API. And we're pretty much getting the exact same object that we had right here previously. So coordinates, longitude, latitude, weather, and so on. And we have the same here. So now we need to store this data, probably in a state, and we need to use this data once we have this data. So const data set data is going to be equal to useState. Let's initialize with null because by default we will not have data like so. And now you can see that we have this data right here. Let's replace the data that we have right here. So let's replace the placeholders with the real data that we have. So first of all, we need to replace the temperature. What is the temperature right here within this data object? We can find the temperature within this main object. So we have an object, the data object. Within this data object, we have the main object. Within this main object, we have the temperature, so temp. So let's access that one by switching to JavaScript code and accessing data dot main dot temp. And we only want to output that if data is available and main is available. Otherwise, we are getting an error. Let's save that one. Let me search for Munich once again. And we're not seeing anything. And the reason for this is that we also need to set the data. So set data to data, like so. Let me search for Munich. And as you can see, we're getting this result right here. And right now we're displaying in Kelvin, but we want to have it in degrees Celsius. And we can do so by just saying and units is equal to metric, like so. Let me research. And now you can see that we're getting this in degrees Celsius. But it might also make sense to round this value. So I'm going to say math.round. And I'm going to insert this data right here. So now we have 8 degrees. And maybe we can also add the degree right here, like so. For the city, it might make sense to access the city. Where's the city? We can access the city by getting to data.name right here. So let's replace Munich with data. If data is available, then we're going to access our name, like so. Let's save that one. Let me search for another city like New York. And you can see now we're getting 5 degrees and New York. We also need humidity and wind speed. We can see humidity within our main object as well. So let's access data dot question mark dot main question mark dot humidity, like so. So we're getting 58 right now. And for the wind speed, we need to access this wind object dot speed. So data dot wind dot speed. Let's do that. Right here, we're going to replace 90 with data dot wind dot speed, like so. Let me save that one. And now we're getting 3.09. So now one thing that is missing is changing this image depending on the weather. And we're getting the weather right here if we take a look at this weather array right here. So this is going to be an array. And if we take a look at the first item, so the item that has index number 0, then we are getting this main right here within this weather array. So within the first object of this weather array. And right here we are having clouds. So right now it seems to be cloudy. So I want to render a different icon right here depending on the current weather. So depending on the current state that we have stored within this variable. So let's first of all get a couple of icons from Flaticon, for example. So right here, let's access this website. And let's, for example, get clouds that might make sense. And for now, the icons do not have to be perfect. Let's just download this one as a PNG. Let's also download rain. Let's take the first one, doesn't matter too much. Let's also download snow. Let's get this one. And let's download thunder, for example. And let's take this one. So now we have a couple of icons. Now let's get all of those icons. Let's drag them into our images folder right here. And let's rename them. So this here is going to have the name clouds. This is going to have the name rain. This is going to have the name snow. And thunder is fine already. And now let's just import all of those images within our app.jsx. So I'm just going to duplicate the sun import right here a couple of times. And now we're going to replace this import for all of the other items. So images / clouds, images / rain, images / snow, and images / thunder. And this here is going to have the name rain, clouds, thunder, and snow. And now we need to create a function that renders an icon depending on the current state. So const render icon is going to be equal to an arrow function. And now we should first of all access this value right here. So we should access this weather array, element number 0, and the value of main right here. So I'm going to say const weather is going to be equal to data dot weather of 0 dot main, and let's just console.log our weather data right here. I'm going to render the icon. Where am I going to render the icon? I'm going to render the icon right here, right below our image. We are going to replace the image in a second anyways, but for now let's keep it. Now let's go to the console, and as you can see we're getting clear. So at the moment it seems to be clear. So now we can use this weather to do an if condition or a switch statement. Doesn't really matter too much. So let's use switch. For the condition we're going to use the weather. We're going to create a couple of different cases. So case, what is the current case? Clear. So case, clear. In that case, we're just going to return this image right here. So let me return that one. Let's save that one. And as you can see, we're now getting 2 suns. But if we're going to say that we want to return snow, for example, in case of clear, then we can do so as well. And as you can see, now we're getting snow because currently it's clear. And if it's clear, then we're going to return snow. So that is the reasoning behind this. And in our case, we can return the sun, and we can also remove this image right here because we do not need it anymore. So now this here seems to work. But now, of course, there are a lot of different weather conditions. So we need to first check what kind of weather conditions there exist. And then we need to do a switch statement for ideally all of the weather conditions. So let's take a look at the original website. So if we're going to go to API again, current weather data, API doc, and right here you will see a list of weather condition codes. So we can just take a look at the weather condition codes because those ones are the ones that we're going to need. And you can see that we're getting a lot of different weather condition codes. So thunderstorm is one of them, drizzle, rain, snow, and so on. So let's just add the most important ones. So for the switch statement, let's create a lot of different cases. One case for snow, for example. Another case for rain. What kind of weather codes do we also have? Drizzle, probably not that often, but let's add thunderstorm. So case thunderstorm. And let's another case clouds, for example. So case clouds. let's save that one. Let's also create a default case. So default. And in that case, we're just going to return a sun, for example. So this seems to work. And now for snow, we should probably return snow. For rain, we should return rain. For thunderstorm, we should return our thunder. And for clouds, we should return our clouds. And now this should be all we have to do. And now let's just take a look at our app. Let's, for example, take a look at Munich. We're getting clouds, Bali, 26 degrees and clouds. And you see all of this seems to work. Now it can also make sense to place this within the try catch block because of course an error right here can occur. So I'm going to console.log our error. And now in case someone, for example, enters a value that does not exist, we're getting an error because probably I did not catch every single error by using the question marks. Okay, and we're right here trying to read element 0, so this right here, which can be potentially null. So actually we have to use a question mark right here, followed by a dot, to only access this element, so the element with index 0, with whether even exists. So let's save this one, and now let's try the same again, and now we're just getting not a number. And of course you can do a lot more, and a lot more checks, and for example use conditional rendering to output something else if the city is wrong, but I'm going to keep this as an exercise for you. But as you can see, this now seems to work as intended. Let's understand modern routing in React. Right now, we are just rendering this app component within our main.jsx, so we are therefore displaying this app component right here within the browser. But if you think about the real page, usually you do not only have a single component, but you rather have multiple pages, maybe a home page, a login page, a register page, and so on. So in our case, let's try to create a minimalistic app that includes routing. So we're going to delete this app, and we're going to delete this app.jsx as well, because we do not need that one anymore. And now we will create a router. And in order to implement routing in React, we need to use a third-party package. The name of that package is React Router DOM. So just type React -router -DOM. Then we can go to the npm package manager, so React Router DOM npm. And right here you see the command to install the package. So we're just going to copy that command, like so. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's create a new terminal, a new command prompt to be precise. And now let's just paste that command in there. We're going to execute that one. And this one, after a couple of seconds, will install React Router DOM, which we can see if we go to the package.json file. And as you can see right now, we're using React Router DOM 7.9.6. So if you want to use the same version, just feel free to use that version. So now let me show you how this one works. In order to make this work, you usually first of all have to create a router. And that router defines all of the routes you want to implement within your page. So const router is going to be equal. And now we need to use a predefined method that we get from React Router DOM, and that method has the name create browser router. And as you can see, we can import that one from our React Router DOM, like so. So right here's the import. And now we need opening and closing brackets, because we're just calling the method that we're getting from the React Router DOM team. This method expects an array, a route array to be precise. So we are going to pass an array to this method, and inside of this array, we have to define our routes. We have to define each single route as an object. So we have a lot of objects, and every single object represents one page essentially. So the first object represents one page, the second object represents another page, and so on. Now we have to define a path right here. So that one is going to be the path to the individual page. And for the first route, let's just say that the path is a slash. And slash always just means just take the normal URL, and that's essentially it. So if a user is going to load the normal URL, then you will always land on a page that is defined by using the slash. So that is essentially the home page. If you think about Instagram.com, if you type in that URL, you're essentially landing on a page that you've defined by using a normal slash. And in our case, this could be the home page, for example. So let's create that page, because we do not have that page right now. So let's say home.jsx. We're going to create a const home being equal to an arrow function, like so. So we're going to create a component essentially. And this component is just going to return a div that has home as a text right here. Now we're going to export default home. And instead of our main.jsx, we now need to define an element, and we want to load this element in case the user loads this route essentially. And the element that we want to load is our home page. So we are going to import home from home.jsx like so. So we have the import right here, and that is how it works. And as you can see, we are getting this error because I deleted the app.jsx, and obviously we need to remove the import right here as well. So now this works again. So you always use path to define a path and the element to display a JSX element. And the element is basically just a normal React component. Now, right here within the strict mode, we also need to define something else to make this work. And what you need to define right here is the router provider. So this one is going to make sure that all of the routes are available within your entire app. And let's end that one like so. Now this router provider also expects a router as a property. And this router is obviously just going to be, so this router property is just going to be equal to this router that we defined right here. And obviously I could also say that this here is going to be R, and then this here would have to be R as well. So I hope you get the idea. But let's stick with router. And as you can see now, I'm landing on the home page, as I already mentioned, if I'm just loading the normal page right here. So this seems to work. Now let's also define a users route, for example. So our path is going to be equal to /users, and the element is going to be a users component or a user component. We don't have that component yet, so let's create that one. So user.jsx const user is equal to this function right here. We're going to return a div that just says user for now. And now let's export default user like so. And now let's just render as an element the user component that we've just created. We're going to import that one from ./user.jsx like so. And now as you can see, currently I just have the URL, so I'm landing on the home page. But if I'm now going to use /users, I will land on the users page. Let me show you. And as you can see, now we are seeing user right here. And now I can add as many routes as I want. I could also add another route, path, / whatever. Element is going to be, let's say we want to have a whatever.jsx element, const whatever, going to be equal to this function right here, return div whatever, export default whatever, like that. And now we can just use this whatever element right here to access a whatever page, like so. And as you can see, we're getting whatever right here. But what if we would access a route that does not exist at this point? So maybe something like this. And as you can see, now we're getting unexpected application error 404 not found, because this route does essentially at the moment not exist. Now, if you want to catch an error, you can just use the error element like so. So the error element for your home route. So for the /. Usually it's enough if you have one single error element defined for the home route, because it's always going to check, does the route the user entered equal /? If that is the case, then it's going to load the element. Otherwise, it's going to keep searching. Does the route equal /users? If that is not the case, then it's going to keep searching. Does the route equal / whatever? If that's not the case, then we know the input does not equal any route. But every single route that you can potentially enter is going to start with a /, as you can see. So in that case, this error element will target everything that starts with a /, but does not match the exact name afterwards. So we will always load this error element if we have anything after that does not match any of the given routes. So we can create this error element or an error page by saying error.jsx const error is going to be equal again to a normal arrow function like so. We're going to return a div that says error, for example. And now we're just going to export default error. So we're going to export our error component. And now we're just going to incorporate this error component right here, like so. We're reloading the page, and as you can see, we're now getting error because this is obviously not a valid URL. And I can also do something like this. We're still getting error. And if I'm going to do something like this, we're also getting this error page right here. So this is how you catch errors. Let me also show you how navigation between different pages can work. So we are going to go to our home page, and obviously you could just use a normal anchor tag that you get from HTML like so. This one is going to have an href, and let's say this one will navigate to /whatever, for example. And the text is going to be whatever right here. So now let's go back to our home page and let's test whether this works. So now I'm going to click this button, or let me say go to whatever. Let's save that. So now we can press this button, we can go to whatever. It's going to reload the page, and now we are on the whatever page. So let me show you again, and I'll take a close look at this bar right here once I'm going to click. So I'm going to click, and as you can see, we had the short reload right here. So it took a short time to load the new page before displaying the new page. And the reason for this is that when clicking an anchor tag, you usually always send a request to the server. The server will therefore reply with the requested page, and once you got the requested page, then it will display the requested page. And that is just the default behavior of an anchor tag within HTML. And if you have a bad internet connection, for example, obviously this request will take a lot of time. But as I already said, a React application is a single page application that just appears to be a multi-page application, because a React team handles all of the stuff under the hood and uses JavaScript to dynamically change the pages. And that is why this reload is completely unnecessary and decreases the user experience, because a React app will allow you to change the page instantly. Let me show you. We can also use the link tag provided by React Router DOM. So we have to import that one, as you can see, from React Router DOM. Now this link component allows us to use the to property to define the route right here. Now we need quotation marks, and instead of those quotation marks, we can now define the route. So slash whatever, for example. Let's close this anchor tag, and in between the link tag, we can define our text. So go to whatever, for example. Let me go back to the home page right here. So we again have this link. This looks the exact same, but you will see a difference if you take a look at this page right now. So I'm going to click that one. And as you can see, the change was immediately. So there was no reload. And now I can also go to the whatever page, for example. And I'm going to use a link right here as well from React Router DOM. That one is going to go to slash, so to our home page. And right here I have go to home. Let me save that one. And this here's go, so go to home. Now I can click go to home, go to whatever. And as you can see, I can change between those pages instantaneously without any reload and so on. Now let me also show you how to create a nav bar, for example. So we're going to our main.jsx, and let's also just remove this index.css file right here, because this just creates some standard CSS styles that we do not really need. So I'm going to delete that one, and as you can see now we're getting this look right here. So we're going to create a new component. That one can have the name navbar.jsx. We're going to create const navbar being equal to this arrow function once again. And for now, we're just going to return div, and we're going to export default navbar like so. Now, instead of this navbar, we want to allow the user to switch between all of those pages. So we might need a couple of links in here that just redirect the user to the slash route. So to this path, and to this path. So pretty similar to the link. But in our case, we're not going to use the link, but we're going to use the nav link, as you can see, also provided by React Router DOM, opening and closing tag, because we need some text in here. And let's say we have one for the home page, one for the users page, and one for the whatever page, like so. And now we can also define the to attribute right here that is going to be equal to a slash for our home page, to that is going to be equal to slash users for our users page, and to that is equal to slash whatever for our whatever page, like so. So now let me just display this nav bar within all of our pages. So right here we are just going to import nav bar like so from ./navbar. Same goes for the user page. So right here on top, let's just say nav bar like so. And obviously the same goes for our whatever page, where we say nav bar from ./navbar. So now you can see that we have those links right here. So home gets me to the home page, users gets me to the users page, whatever gets me to the whatever page. And again, the reload is instantaneously. So now what is the benefit of using a nav link over a normal link? And the difference is especially that you can add proper styling to each of these nav links, because React Router DOM handled that for us. So now we're going to say class name is going to be equal. And now we can pass a callback function right here to the nav link, or to the class name to be precise. We're getting a parameter right here. This parameter is usually an object, but we can destructure this object, and we're getting isActive from this object that will just return whether this nav link is active at the moment. So whether we are on this page right here If that is the case, then isActive is going to be true. Otherwise, isActive is going to be false. So now let's use this arrow function. And if isActive is true, then we can, for example, by using the ternary operator, say that if isActive is true, we want to set the class name of active, for example. And otherwise, we want to set the class name of inactive. And obviously, those class names are up to you, but I just choose active and inactive. And now I need to define those class names in a style sheet, of course. So I'm going to create a new style.css file. And right here, I'm going to create .active as a class. And now for demonstration, let's just say text decoration is going to be none and color is going to be black. Font weight is going to be bold, like so. And for .inactive, let's say text decoration is going to be none and color is going to be black. So the active page is just going to have a font weight of bold, and that's going to be the only difference. So let's go to our navbar. Let's import the style sheet on the top. So we're going right here, import. And now we need to define a path. So we're going to say /, and now we need to get style.css, like so. I'm going to save, and as you can see, we're now getting this effect right here. But now obviously I need to use this class name that considers isActive for all of the other nav links as well to make this really work. So I'm going to add that one here and that one here. And as you can see now, home and user is written with a regular font weight, whereas whatever is bold. And the reason for this is that we are currently on the whatever page. If I go and change to the users page, so /users, users is now bold. And if I go to the home page, home is now bold. So by doing so, you can set the style dynamically. And you could, of course, also say that the active link should be red. And now you have a red nav link, as you can see. And the active route is always going to have this red color. And I know this looks terrible, but this was just for demonstration. So now let's imagine you have the users page. And on this users page, you also want to display all of the available users within your app. So maybe you get all of the users from your database, and then you want to display them here. So let's just simulate that one within our users component or within our user component. And actually the name users might make a little more sense. So I'm just going to replace that with users and users from users.jsx. And of course, I also have to rename this here to users.jsx, like so. So now right here, let's imagine we are having a couple of users. So const users set users is going to be equal to useState. Let's initialize our state with an array. And inside of this array, we will have a couple of users. Each user will have an ID, for example, and a username. Now I'm just going to copy this object, maybe 2 more times. So this one has an ID of 2, this one has an ID of 3, Vinny, and Gabak. And now again, we're just going to use the map method to display all of those users. So I'm going to switch to JavaScript syntax. I'm going to say users.map. For every single iteration, I'm going to get one single user. And I'm just going to return a link in our case. So I want to get a link from React Router DOM. Let me close that one. And inside of this link right here, I, for example, want to have, or I want to display the username. So I can access the username in this case by saying user.username. So I'm just accessing those usernames. And as you can see, now we're getting Jonas, Winnie, and Gabak. And for the link, I want to say that I want to go to /users. But now if I'm just going to go to /users, this doesn't really make too much sense because each individual user might have his own profile page. So if you think about Instagram, for example, you can go to Winnie, you can go to Gabak, and each individual person has his own user, has his own page where you can see his follower account, where you can see his pictures, and so on. And now we need to dynamically insert the ID to the end of the string to make this work. So I'll show it to you and then I'll explain it, because this might be a little bit easier. So we're going to equal. Now we need to use JavaScript code because we need to use backtick characters right here. We want to go to the /users route, followed by a slash. And right here, we now want to insert the ID, for example. So user.id. So now the first link, if we click the first link, we are going to go to users/1 because that one is Jonas. Winnie is going to get to users/2 and Gabak is going to go to users/3. Like so. So now as you can see, we are displaying all of the users, and depending on the user we are clicking on, we are navigating to a different page. But of course, if we would go to our main.jsx, we would now have to define millions of routes for millions of users. So if we wanted to display Vinny, for example, then we would have to say path : /users/2, for example. And for Gabak, this would have to be 3, for Jonas, this would have to be 1, and so on. But that is, of course, nothing that we have to do because there is a good solution to that. And we can just fix that by using :id. So this now is a dynamic parameter that can essentially be every single value out there. So this one is going to be valid if this is going to be /users/1, /users/2, /users/ whatever, /users/Vinny. All of this is going to be valid. All of this is going to match this route right here. And now we can, of course, again, define an element. What kind of element do we want to display once we get redirected to this page? And we have a users page, but now we are getting an individual user, so user.jsx might make sense. Again, we're just going to create a component. So const user is going to be equal to an arrow function. We're going to return div user right here, for example. Now let's export default user like so. And now right here, we are just going to output the user that we're getting from ./user.jsx if we are landing on this route. Let me save that one. Now we're going to Jonas. And as you can see, we're landing on the user right here. So on the user route. For Jonas, it was users/1. If I'm going to enter /2, we will also be on that route. And if I'm going to enter something like this, we're also landing right here. So all of this is valid. So what is the purpose of this right now? Because at the moment, we're not really seeing data that does really fit to the user. So all of those pages look the same. And that is, of course, nothing that we want. So we somehow have to get the information, or we at least have to get the ID information. So the information that we're passing right here within our URL. And in order to do so, we can use the params. So let me show you. We can use the use params hook. So use params that we can get from React router DOM, and that one will return all of the params that we're essentially passing right here. So this is a param. Let me show you. This here is going to be a method, so we have to execute that one, and this one is going to return the params. So I can say const params is going to be equal to use params, and now I'm just going to console.log the params so we really see what is going on right here. So I'm going to inspect console, and you can see that we are getting an object. This is the object, and this object holds our ID right here. If I'm going to rename this one right here though to ./whoopie, like so, we're now getting an object that holds whoopie. So the name that we're passing right here to this parameter is going to be the name that we are having inside of this object. But ID obviously makes a little more sense. Since this is an object, we can also immediately destructure it and say, okay, we only need to get the ID out of this object because in fact we only want to have the ID. And now if I'm going to QVEDSAD whatever, I'm getting that instead of the console. If I'm going to /1, I'm getting that in the console. And if I'm going to /2, I'm getting that in the console. So this parameter is equal to whatever we enter right here. So how is this useful in a real world application? I'm just going to show you a quick example. So imagine you have this useEffect hook right here that is going to do something once you load this component. So in the beginning, we're also going to have this dependencies array. And now if you think about a real page, then you have this ID right here. And you could, for example, say that you want to fetch the data from the database for the corresponding user. So get data for user with the ID that is going to be equal to this ID right here. So to this ID essentially. So since we have this ID now, we know that the user should have the ID, the corresponding ID. So we can fetch this user or get this user from the database. If the user does not exist, we can obviously return an error. But if the user exists, we now have the data for the user, and we could again dynamically insert the data right here, for example. And that is just the theory behind this. We of course will get to that later on. Let's understand the useNavigate hook in React. The useNavigate hook in React comes from React router DOM. So we first need to install React router DOM by saying npm I React router DOM, written like this. Let's press enter. Let's wait for this package to install. And now we have access to React router DOM, so we can implement routing. Imagine we are having another file, so our about.jsx file, for example, which is just going to be this about component that might return a div, and inside of this div we might just have about, for example. we're going to export default about, like so. So imagine this is our about page and this is our app.jsx, so probably our home page. And now we want to have a button of type button, for example, and this button says go to about, like so. And now once we click this button right here, we want to change to the about page. So on click, we want to execute the function handle go to about, for example, like that. So now we need to implement this function because we do not have that one yet. So const handle go to about is going to be equal to this function right here. And now we somehow want to navigate to this page once we click this button. So how could we do this? And that is where we can use the use navigate hook. So we're going to say const navigate, and this one is going to be equal to use navigate. So to the use navigate hook. And this use navigate hook returns a function that we can now call to navigate. So this variable stores a function. Now we can say navigate, like so. We can call this function instead of this handle go to about function. And right here we can define the route where we want to go to. So let's say we want to go to /about, for example. And as you can see, we're getting this error right here. So use navigate may be React router DOM used only in the context of a router component. And we do not have this router component yet. So in order to make this here available, we first need to wrap everything inside of a router and define our routes. So we can say const router is going to be equal to create browser router. Again, this is a function also provided by React router DOM. And inside of this router, we can now define our routes inside of an array. So right here, we have this array. Every single route will be inside of an object and is going to have at least a path. This path is going to be /, for example, and an element. So what kind of element do we want to load when we access this path? And in our case, let's say this is going to be our app, so our home page. And now we need a second route that is going to have the path of /about, for example, because that is going to be our about page. And right here, we are going to have the element or load the element about, like so. So we're going to import that one from ./about or ./about.jsx as well, like so. So now we have our router, but now we also need to provide this router to everything we have. And that is pretty simple. We're just going to use the router provider from React router DOM again, like so. So we imported that one right here. Now we can use the closing tag because this can be a self-closing component that only accepts the router. And this is now going to act as a router provider. So essentially, this is just using the use context hook from React to provide a context. So therefore, to provide the routing data to everything that we defined inside of this router. So to the element app and to the element about on our page. And now we can access app by just calling localhost. And if we want to go to the about page, we can say localhost /about. And as you can see, we land on the about page. So now we can access those routes. And now we can also use navigate right here, for example, to create this navigate function and therefore to handle routing as well. So let's click go to about. And as you can see, we are getting redirected to go about. And now we could also go to our about.jsx. We could also implement a button right here. Go to home, for example. We are again going to have const navigate, which is going to be equal to use navigate, like so. And on click, so once we click this button, we can call this arrow function, and this arrow function is going to call navigate, so our navigate function, with the argument. And the argument is going to be the route where we want to navigate to, so our /, our home page right here. So now we can go to home, go to about, go to home, go to about, as you can see. Now there's also another method. So let's say on our about page, we are going to use the navigate component from React router DOM, as you can see. And this one here also accepts a to property. And let's say we want to go to /, for example. This navigate component might have a text inside, doesn't really matter. Now let's save that one. We're going to go to about. And as you can see, we're never changing the page. Because once we get to the about page, we're immediately rendering this right here. So we're also immediately rendering this navigate component. And this navigate component is immediately redirecting us again to the home page, so to /. So let's, for example, go to whatever, for example. Let me save that one. Let's go to about. And as you can see, we're getting this unexpected application error because we're going to the about page. we're rendering this component and immediately redirecting the user to slash whatever, as you can see. So if you want to do some routing immediately when rendering the component, you always want to use this navigate component. If you want to do something when a function is being called, for example, then you always want to use the useNavigate hook. And in most cases, you might want to use useNavigate, but in some cases, it also makes sense to use navigate. If you think about protected routes, for example, then you have a login state, and depending on the login state, you either want to render a component, for example, or you want to redirect the user immediately. So in that case, you would use a component that you will display, and you would also use this component essentially to immediately redirect the user if you do not render this component. So for example, the user is logged in, you want to render this component, the user is not logged in, you want to redirect the user immediately to the register screen, for example. Let's understand the context hook inside of React. First of all, let me show you what kind of problem the context hook solves. So imagine we are having our main file right here. Instead of this main file, we are rendering our app, so A, for example. Instead of this app, we might now, for example, render a couple of different pages. So maybe the home page, maybe the register page, maybe the profile page, and so on. And maybe every single component right here has a couple of subcomponents or is made up of subcomponents. So maybe the profile page has a component that displays the username, the profile picture, and so on. So I think you get the idea. Now, on every single one of those pages, it would be useful to have the user available. And of course, I could, for example, say that I'm going to load the user within the main function or within the main component, to be precise. So I'm getting the user right here. And now I have to pass the user via props to our app. From our app, I have to redirect the props to our profile page, to our register page, to our home page, and so on. And from the profile page, I might have to redirect the user data to our profile picture, to the username, and maybe I have to keep passing it over and over again. So I think you get the idea. This is something that is not really efficient, and passing props over and over again can get really confusing. And to make it short, there is an easier way inside of React to do that. And that is the context. So you can, for example, create a context. Then you can wrap one of those elements with the context essentially. So I could, for example, say I'm going to wrap our main component instead of a context, like so. So this is C for context. And now everything that gets rendered within the main function has access to the data inside of this context. So everything that is right below main has access to the context. If I only need the context right below our profile right here, I could also just wrap the profile with our context, like so. But obviously a user is something that should probably be available within the entire app, so it might make sense to wrap the entire app, so everything within the main section. So how can we implement this provider inside of React? First of all, you have to create that context. So let's create a file that has the name userprovider.jsx, so userprovider.jsx. We first have to create a context, so we can say export const user context. The name is up to you, but since we are creating a user context might make sense. We're going to use create context. That is the hook that we can use to create a context given by React again. So now you can see we are importing create context and we're using create context right here. This is a method. And we can use a default value. By default, it might make sense that we do not have a user, so user can be undefined, for example. So now we have the context, but that is actually not enough. We also need to provide this context. And in order to do so, within React, you usually use a component again. So we can say const user provider, because in the end, the user provider will provide the context. This here is going to create the context, and this here is going to provide the context. This is going to be equal to a normal component function like so. And then, of course, we are, as always, going to export this user provider component like so. And this user provider is in fact just going to return a component, and that component is going to be the user context dot provider. So we can access user context dot provider again, closing tag, and this is how it looks like. So now we have the provider. We also need to give a value to this provider. So what should be provided by this provider? So we are going to have the value property. And right here, I can now, for example, just say username, whatever. So let's use a static value for now, because this makes understanding a little bit easier. Now I'm exporting this provider, and now let me use this provider. Instead of our main.jsx, I'm just going to wrap the app component with our user provider, like so. I'm going to remove that one here. And that's what this looks like. And let's maybe render some random text on the app page, like so. But as you can see, we're not seeing anything. And what is the reason for this? Right now, the main component is our user provider. And we're having all of the children inside of this provider. But we're not really explicitly saying that we want to render, so display all of the children within this provider. And that is something that we have to explicitly do. So how can we do that? When we're getting props within React, by default, one of the props that React will offer us is going to be the children prop. So we can, for example, destructure children right here. Again, this will be offered to us by React. And now we can use children right here. So let's switch to JavaScript syntax, and we can now just display the children instead of the user context provider. And this just means once we wrap something in between this provider, like the app component right here, this app component is now a child to the user provider, and we're just going to output the children, in fact. To make it really short, children is a property that we get from the React team that allows you to just display everything that is wrapped inside of the component. So in our case, that is wrapped within the user provider. And we just have to do it to display app, as you can see. And now if I'm going to add a div, I'm also going to see that one. So I'm just going to display all of the children. If I'm going to remove that one, you can see that we're not getting the same result. So children is really important if you just want to output whatever you have inside. So now we're saying this user provider will provide whatever we pass as a value to all of the children, essentially. So to everything that we have inside of here. So everything that is within our app right now has access to the data within this value field right here. And this div, of course, also has access, but this one is actually pretty unnecessary. But we are not having access by default. So we have to say that we want to get access within a component if we want to get access. We can do so by saying, for example, use context. So now we are using the use context hook. And instead of the brackets, so this is a normal method, we have to define the context that we want to get access to. What was the context that we created? The context that we created right here is the user context. So we want to get access to this user context right here. So we have to say user context. We are importing that from our user provider file. So we are importing that from this file. And now we can store this context somewhere. So we can, for example, say const ctx is going to be equal to use context. And now let's just console.log the context. So we're really seeing what is going on right here. Let me inspect console. I'm going to reload. We're getting this object that includes the username, whatever. So now I could, for example, just go here and say ctx.username. So we're just accessing this object right here. And as you can see, now I'm getting whatever, because that has been the thing that I added to the value field. So now let's make this example a little bit more realistic. We can, for example, say that instead of this user provider, we are going to have a user and a setUser function that is going to be equal to useState. And instead of the state, we're just going to have a user. And our user by default is going to be undefined, for example. Let me save that one. And now we can pass our user right here. So user is going to be equal to user, and setUser is going to be equal to setUser, so to this function. So we're just passing our user and our setUser function. So now if I'm going to take a look at the console.log statement, we're seeing that we're having this user right here. The value is undefined right now, and setUser as a function. So let's, for example, say that we want to set our user within another subcomponent. So let's, for example, say we are going to create a home page. So home.jsx const home is going to be equal to just a random function, and I'm going to export default home like so. And I'm going to return a div that says home for now. Now I'm going within the main.jsx. I'm also going to render the home page like so. So now we're having home. And let me also just add app right here. So we are having home and app right here. So both of those components are within our provider right here. So both of those components have access to our context. So within our home component, I could also say const ctx is going to be equal to use context. I want to use the user context right here. And from the user context, I might want to get the setUser function. So setUser, I'm going to destructure this object. and now I'm having set user. So now I could just add a button right here that says click, for example. So now we have this click button, and I'm going to add a function, so an on-click handler right here. And this one has the name handle click, for example. We have to define this function, so we are saying const handle click is going to be equal to an arrow function, and once we click on this button, we're going to set the user to an object, for example, that has a username, what, and an ID of 1, for example. Now let's inspect the page. I'm going to click. We're getting this user that now has a username of what and an ID of 1. So we were able to set the user outside of this user provider essentially. And now within our app.jsx, we can also access this user. So right here, we can now just say, let's take a look at the context again. So as you can see, if we have a user, I'm going to click. So now we have this user. And if we have a user, we just want to output the username, for example. So I can just say ctx.user.username, like so. And as you can see, now we're having what? Let me reload. We're not seeing anything. And the reason that we're not seeing anything right here is that we're getting an error because we are accessing the username before it even exists. So we have to use this question mark, which means only access the username if it exists, otherwise don't. So now we're having click, and now I'm going to click and we're getting what right here once the username exists, as you can see. So now we're essentially able to access our user within the app component and within the home component. And this is probably a very minimalistic example, but in a real app, this could get a lot more complex, and maybe we would have hundreds of components within the home page or hundreds of components within the app.jsx, and then we would have to pass props. But with the context, that is something that we do not have to do anymore, and we can just use the user pretty much anywhere. So let me just summarize this really quick. To create a context or to use a context, you first have to create a context. This will initialize the context with a basic value. Afterwards, you also have to provide the context. In order to provide the context, you need to create a provider. You create the context provider by using the context name followed by a dot provider. And inside of this provider, you have to pass the value property right here that defines what kind of values you want to pass. So those double brackets here mean first, we are using JavaScript, and inside of this JavaScript syntax, we are now passing a JavaScript object. So usually you pass all of the values within a JavaScript object to all of the subcomponents. Now we're using children to say everything that is wrapped within this provider will get access to everything that we are providing within this value property. Then you have to decide where you want to use the provider. In our case, we wanted to use the provider for every single thing that is wrapped within this user provider right here. So you wrap the components that should have access to the values with the provider, and then every component and every subcomponent of these components again has access to the context and therefore to the values. You can access the context, so the values, by using useContext, so the useContext hook, followed by the context that you want to access. In our case, it's the user context. This again is just an object because we said that we want to have an object right here or pass the values as an object. So I can also destructure this object, but you can also just get the context. So this is valid, but I could also destructure user like this. And this is valid as well. So that again is up to you. And that is all you really need to understand the context. Let's understand the useReducer hook inside of React. Imagine we are having a couple of input fields. So maybe we are having an email right here of type email, name is going to be email, and the placeholder is probably going to be email. Now we're having another input field of type text, for example, that is going to be responsible for storing the username. So the placeholder is going to be username, and we have the last input field of type password, for example. So input, like so. Name is going to be password, and placeholder is going to be password. So now we have 3 input fields, and now it would be an option to create one state for every single input field. But there's also an alternative that essentially allows you to create a combined state, and that is the useReducer hook. So let me show you. To create the useReducer hook, we are again going to use const. Now we use array destructuring, and right here we are getting the state, and we're getting a setState function that you usually call dispatch. So that is just the convention right here. Now this one is going to be equal to useReducer. So this useReducer hook is again provided by the React team and will return an array that contains the state, and the dispatch function, so the setState function essentially. But now this useReducer function also takes two arguments. The first one is going to be a reducer function and the second one is going to be an initial state. For now, let's just pass reduce right here as the reducer function and initial state as the initial state. We don't have those values right here that we're passing as arguments, so we first have to create them. For our initial state, let's say const initial state is going to be equal, and since we want to use the useReducer for those three input fields, we need to use an object in this case. So we want to store all of those values inside of an object. So let's create this object. And right here, we need to define the initial values. Our email should, for example, be an empty string. Our username should also be an empty string in the beginning. And the password should also be an empty string in the beginning. So this here is going to be our initial state. Now we also need to create the reduce function. So for now, let's just say const reduce is going to be equal to an empty arrow function like so. And now let's just save that and we're getting this result. So right now I can just enter username, password and so on, but we're not storing those values inside of the state. So we're not having access to those values. So let's first of all say that this value right here, so the value inside of our email field, for example, is going to be equal to state. What is our state? Our state will get initialized with our initial state right here. So our state right now is just this object right here. So we can access our email by saying state.email, for example. So our value is going to be equal to state.email. Now the value for our username is going to be value being equal to state.username, like so. And for the password, we have to say value is going to be equal to state.password. Now if we're going to type something in here, we're not getting any result because we're initializing our state with an empty string right here, but we're never changing this string. So we're essentially not having any option to update this field. In order to update this field, we need to use the onChange property of the input field. So onChange is going to be equal. We're getting an event right here. So everything up to this point is pretty much the same as the setState. But in this case, we're not using the set function. Our set function this time has the name dispatch. So we're just going to say dispatch right here. Now, when using useReducer, we're not just passing a value right here. So we're not just saying e.target.value, because we need to know two things. We need to know which input field has been updated, and we need to know what is the value of the updated field. So again, since we need two things, it might make sense to pass an object and pass all of the information there. And again, the key value pairs that we enter right here are up to us. So I'm just going to define that the type of dispatch is going to be email, like so. But it could also be anything. I could also say that this is going to be this is going to be this. I just have to access this object later on. So I just have to remember the property name I used. But what kind of names I use for the key value pairs is up to me. So choose whatever fits you or stick to the convention. And I would obviously recommend you to stick to the convention. Now for the type, we're going to say email. For the value, it might make sense to get e.target.value. So the value of this input field. This here would usually be the value that we would pass when using setState. And when using this dispatch function, we are calling this reduce method that we defined right here. So the one that we defined right here. And this reduce method by default gets our state and gets the action essentially. What is the action? So the action is just the object in our case that we're passing right here. So the action is just what we're passing right here within this dispatch function, whereas the state is just the current state. So in our case, the current state is obviously our initial state because we never updated it. But if we would have an updated state and we would call this reduce function again, then it would obviously be the updated state. And action, I'm just going to show it to you. I'm just going to visualize it to you. So state is going to be equal to this at this point. And action in this case is going to be equal. Let me show you. Action is just equal to this object essentially. So this is our action object. Let me keep this one for you so you really understand what is going on. Now we can say if action dot, now we want to access the type property. So if action dot type is going to be equal to email. So if we're updating our email at this point, then we want to set the value or change the value of our initial state. So we have to return. What can we return? Our initial state is an object. So it might make sense to return an object again, where we store all of our values. Now we can just destructure our state that we're getting right here, which is our initial state at the moment. And we only want to update one single field. So we want to update our email field. So we can just say email : and our email is equal to action.value. So to the value that we're getting by using e.target.value. So action.value right here. Now we're going to save this one. I'm going to delete this action type because that one would be wrong. And now let's test whether the email works right now. And now you can see that I can just type anything in here and we're getting this value, whereas we're not getting an update for username and password yet. Let me also console.log the state, so you really see what is going on right here. Log state like so. Let's open the console, inspect, and now you can see in the beginning we are having this object right here that has an empty email, password and username. If I'm now going to enter something, you can see that our email field gets updated, whereas password and username remain empty. Now let's also update username and password right here. In order to do so, we can just say on change. We again get our event, and now we want to again dispatch something. So set the state. Essentially, if you want to compare this to set state, we need to call this one, pass an object again. Type in this case is going to be username, for example, and the value is going to be equal to e.target.value. Now for our password field, again, we're calling on change, or to be precise, we're dispatching something on change. So dispatch, we are again passing this object. Type here is going to be password, like so, and value is e.target.value, like so. We're going to save that one. And now we just need to adjust this reduce function. So if action.type is going to be equal to username, then we're going to return our state, and we are only going to override our username with our action.value in this case. Let's save that one. And if action.type is going to be equal to password, in that case we're going to return this object again. We're going to pass our old state. So we're just going to keep our old state, but we're going to override our username with action.value. And obviously right here we need a colon like so. So we're going to save that one. And now it should be able to update every single field. And somehow our password field does not seem to work. And right here we need to say password instead of username. So that was my bad. So let's save that one. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, we are now getting this object. This object updates on every single field. And as you can see, we are updating email, password, and username. I know useReducer can really be confusing, but just keep in mind that the useReducer hook just uses an object essentially to pass values. So you encapsulate everything inside of an object and pass objects around to store multiple things. And in fact, this right here would not really be an example where you would have to use useReducer. But if you would get an error state, for example, a success state, and so on, so a lot of different states that you all want to update together, then useReducer might make sense. But to be honest, I barely ever use this as well.
Today, we're going to build a complete React portfolio application. You'll see a clean homepage with two buttons that navigate to a team page and a contact page. On the team page, we'll display team members and link their social profiles. And on the contact page, users can reach out to the company. While building this project, you'll learn core React concepts like routing, navigation, props, and state. So let's get started, guys. Let's get started by creating a new React project. So right-click the desktop, open in terminal, npm create vite add latest, followed by the name of the project. In our case, we can say portfolio or portfolio minus project, like so. We're going to choose React as a framework. Let's use plain JavaScript. No, yes, and let's wait for the installation to finish. So now everything is set up. So let's start Visual Studio Code, like so. Let's go to File, Open Folder. Let's navigate to our desktop. And on our desktop, let's open the portfolio project, like so. Let's select this folder. And now we open the portfolio project right here. We can close this terminal right here and let's open a new terminal. So terminal, new terminal, and we actually need a command prompt. So let's click this arrow and let's open a command prompt. Right here, we can now say npm run dev to start the server. Let's click this first link to open our project. and we're seeing the standard template right here. Let me just go to our app.jsx. Let's actually just delete our app.jsx and app.css. We don't need those files anymore, so press delete, move to recycle bin, and now let's create a new pages folder. And inside of this folder, we'll have all of our pages. For this project, we will have a home page, so home.jsx. We will have a team page, so team.jsx. And we will have a contact page, so contact.jsx. Let's create a basic template for every single page. So const home is going to be equal to an arrow function like so. We're going to export default home. Let's save that one. Const contact is going to be equal to this function export default contact like so. And let's do the same for team. So const team is going to be equal to this arrow function and export default team. So now we created all of those components. So somehow we now need to make sure that we display all of those components on the right pages. So we need a router. In order to get a router, let's create a new terminal or a new command prompt to be precise. And let's say npm I react router DOM. So we're going to install React Router DOM to implement routing. Within our main.jsx, we can now remove our app because we will not have that one anymore since we deleted it. And instead, we need to define a router. So const router is going to be equal to create browser router. We need to import the create browser router method from React Router DOM, as you can see. So let's click that one. This is going to be a method, and this method expects an array that includes all of our routes. So let's pass an array right here that includes objects that define our routes. The first object is going to have a path property that is going to be a slash. So this will target our normal URL. And if we are getting to that page, so if the user just uses the normal URL, then we want to display our home page. So let's import home, our home component from ./pages/home, and display that one as an element. Now let's also define another path for our team page, so /team. The element that we're going to render in that case is going to be our team component from ./pages/team. And as a third route, we're going to define a path for /contact, like so, and the element is going to be contact. We also need to import that one, and now this right here should work. Now we also need to provide that routes, and in order to do so, we need a router provider. So let's get the router provider from React Router DOM, like so. This can be a self-closing tag because we only need to pass our router right here as a property. So router is going to be equal to this router that we defined right here. And now our routes should actually work. So if we return something on our home page, for example, like a div that includes home, we should see it right here. At the moment, we're still having all of the basic styles, and I want to get rid of all of the basic styles. So I'm going to go to our index.css, which is our global style sheet. I'm going to select everything, delete everything, and I'm going to create some base styles by using the universal selector. Margin is going to be 0, padding is going to be 0, box sizing is going to be border box. So now we can also go to /team, and we can also go to /contact, as you can see. This right here is going to throw an error though, because this route does not exist. So as you can see, everything seems to work as intended. Now the next thing that we want to do is get all of the images that we need for this project. And in order to get all of the images that you might want to use for this project, I will have a link for you inside of the description that will link my GitHub repository. And right here, you can go within React-Portfolio to the source folder. And in there, you will have the images folder. And the images folder will include all of the images. And you can essentially go ahead and download all of those files. Once you've downloaded all of the files, you can just create an images folder within our source folder. So images, like so. And now I can just take all of those images, so girl.png for example, and I'm going to drag them into the images folder. Once done, your images folder should look something like this, but you do not have to use the exact same images. I'm just going to use those ones, but feel free to use your own images or just take a look at how I am doing it. The first thing that we want to do is create a navbar, because we will need the navbar on every single page. So on the team, home, and contact page, we will create the navbar as a component that we can reuse over and over again. So we'll create a components folder, And inside of this components folder, let's create navbar.jsx. Let's create the component, so const navbar is going to be equal to an arrow function. We're going to return a div for now, and we're going to export default navbar like so. And now let's import this navbar on our home page. So instead of home, let's output our navbar like so. We need to import that one. Same goes for our team page. So let's return a div, and inside of this div, we are having our navbar like so. And again, the same goes for contact. So we'll return a div, and inside of this div, we also have our navbar like so. So now we reuse this navbar on every single page, and now we can, for example, output something right here, and this will work. To create a navbar though, we want to display a couple of links that allow us to jump from one page to another. In order to do so, we can use the nav link element provided by React Router DOM. So let's import that one. So we're importing nav link from React Router DOM. And instead of this nav link, we can have one nav link for home, one nav link for team, and one nav link for contact. Of course, at the moment, there's nothing really happening once we click on those links. So we need to define the to property. And this first nav link should redirect the user to slash, because that is our home page. The second nav link should redirect the user to slash team. And the third nav link should redirect the user to slash contact. So now the nav link should work. So let's go home, contact, and team, but we're not seeing a difference. So maybe if you take a look at the URL, you should see the difference. So contact, team, we're switching to team, and home, we're switching to our home page. And let's also create a paragraph right here. So P, that includes our logo, for example. In the end, we want to have the logo to the left and our nav items to the right. Let me also reset the size to 100% so you see how this really looks. Now I'm going to place all of those nav links inside of a div, like so. And I think at this point, it might make sense to start styling. So we're going to create another folder for our CSS. So CSS is going to be the folder name. And I'm going to create a module for our navbar. So navbar.module.css. And we create all of the styles that we need within this CSS file. First of all, we need to import this module as styles or within a styles object. So import styles from // we need to go one level up. We need to navigate into our CSS folder /navbar.module.css. And now we can use the styles object that will include all of our classes later on to define styles for every single element. So this div could, for example, have a class name of styles.navLinkContainer. Or let's just use navContainer. Let's copy navContainer, create a class for .navContainer, and let's say we want to have a display of flags and maybe a gap of 20 pixels. Let's also create a container for this entire navbar. So this div will have a class name of styles.container. We're going to target .container, and we will say that this will be display flags. So the items are right next to each other. Justify content, space between, and align items to center. I also want to have a little bit of padding into every single direction. So padding, top, bottom, maybe 20 pixels. Let's try 20 pixels into every single direction. And maybe I'm going to say left, right, 40 pixels. And I actually think it makes a little more sense to take a look at the website when being full screen from this point on. Now it might also make sense to style the logo as well as the nav links. So we can use a class for our logo as well. So class name styles.logo. We will create that class in a second. And our nav links will have a class name of styles.activeLink. We will also create an inactive link in a second. But for now, let's just copy that one and paste it in here. So let's create this active link class right here. Instead of navbar.module.css, let's target .activeLink, and let's also target .logo. And now I want to use a couple of colors, and I want to define those colors for the entire document. So I want every single module to have access to those classes that we will define as a variable. But we only want to define those variables one single time. We do not want to redefine them within every single file. And that is pretty simple inside of React, because as you know, we have this index.css, which is going to be our global style sheet that will affect the entire page. So every single component that you render within your page.
And I'm going to create a couple of variables. So I say :root, and now I can define a variable that I can access anywhere else. So within every single module by saying -- followed by the variable name. So this could be primary minus color, for example. And now I can define a color like #FFF. But actually I prepared a couple of colors already. If you want to use the exact same colors, you can again go to my repository, to the index.css, and right here we have this :root that includes main, color, text color, and accent color. So let's just paste them in here. You don't have to use the exact same colors, but you can use the exact same colors if you like to. Also, I'll define a font family for the entire body. So I want to use the exact same font for the entire page essentially. So I'm going to use system UI. Let's save that one. And if we take a look at our page, the font family already changed. Instead of our navbar module.css, I can now say I want to have a font size of 3 rems, a font weight of bold. If I now want to use a color, I can just access a variable like so and say -- text minus color, for example. And text color, as you can see, is this weird colored. So in our case, I actually want to use main color. So I'm going to say main color like so. And now you can see that we used our main color right here for this logo. Let's also start to style this button right here, or this link to be precise. We are going to use a color of var, again -- main color. I want to have a text decoration of none. I want to have a font weight of bold, and I want to have a font minus size of 0.9 rem. Let me save that one, and now you can see that we're getting this effect. And in fact, let's say this here has a font size of 2.5 rem, and I'm only going to use 15 pixels right here. So now we're getting this effect. And I would also like to have a slightly bigger gap between those items. So I'm going to say gap will be 40 pixels. Now we're getting this effect. And actually the reason that we're not seeing anything right here is that I obviously need to use class name. I don't know why it just says name. There was probably a typo. So now we are having this effect. Now let me also create an inactive class for the links, because we want to see the difference between a page being active and inactive. So I'm going to say inactive right here, and I'm just going to remove font weight bold. And instead of color, main color, I'm just going to use gray right here. So a normal gray like this. And now we somehow need to check whether the link is active or not. And that is pretty simple within React, because navlink from React.DOM provides us with an isActive status. So we can right here destructure is active like so. Can use an arrow function, and we can check whether isActive is true. If isActive is true, so if we are currently on the home page, then we want to return styles.activeLink, and otherwise we want to return styles.inactiveLink. So if isActive is true, then we will use the active link style, and if isActive is false, so if we're not on the home page at the moment, then we will use the inactive link style. Let me just copy this class right here, so this class name. And let's just replace the other ones with that one, like this. And as you can see now, since we're on the home page, home will have the isActive class, whereas the other ones will not have the isActive class. And I'm actually going to add bold to our inactive link as well. So, like this. And instead of pure gray, we're going to use it in a slightly lighter variation. And now we have this effect. And as you can see, the active page is always going to be the highlighted one. So it's always going to be a little bit darker, because that is what we define for our active class. Now let's start by creating our home page. And first of all, I'm going to close all of those pages. And on our home page, I want to have our image to the right, and I want to have our text to the left. So I'm going to create another div. Now I create another div for the left, and I create another div for the right. And to the right, I want to have our image. So I'm going to add an image right here. We need to import this image from our images folder. So I'm going to say import women from ... images / girl.png. And now I'm going to pass this girl as a source right here. Well, in our case, let me rename that to girl. Let's go to our home page. And as you can see, we're getting the girl right here. And now you might wonder why I'm not using a component in this case. I could of course subdivide this page further into components and so on, but I really want you to think about it. Obviously I could turn those ones into components. So I could create another component for the left, I could create another component for the right, and so on. But whether you use a component or just essentially plain HTML
really depends on the use case. In my case, I know that I never ever touch this code again. I always want to have this image right here. I'm not going to use this as a component. I will never reuse the right side as a separate component. So there's not really a point in creating a component in this case because I'm not going to reuse it anywhere else. And if something is not really reusable or you do not really plan to reuse it later on, then there's not really a point in creating a component. So you only want to create a component if you really have the intention to reuse that component later on somewhere. So in our case, this girl will later on be here to the right. And to the left, we want to have a little bit of text. So let's create an H2 right here. Right below, I want to have an H1. And this H2, for example, says, hey, I am an NPC. Right below, I want to have web designer, for example. And right below, I want to have a little bit of text. So I'm going to use lorem 30 to create some placeholder text. And right below, I want to have two buttons next to each other. And in that case, it makes sense to create a component because I want to reuse those buttons later on. So I'm going to create a button component right here that says button.jsx. I'm going to create const button, which is going to be equal to an arrow function. I'm going to return a button right here, and I'm going to export default button. This button will expect a text, so we're going to get a text whenever we use this component, and we can just render this text right here. Now we're also going to expect a non-click function that decides what the button is going to do. So right here we can destructure onClick, and let's say onClick is going to be equal to onClick. So the onClick button property is equal to whatever we pass to onClick as a prop. Let's save that one. Let's go to home and let's use this button right here. So button. This can be a self-closing tag that just expects a text. And the text can, for example, be about us. And right below, we can have contact, for example. On click, we will have some functions. That one is going to have the name handle go to about. And on click right here, we will call a function that has the name handle go to contact. We do not have those functions yet, so we need to create them. So const handle go to about is going to be equal to an empty arrow function for now, and const handle go to contact is going to be equal to an empty arrow function for now as well. If we take a look at our page right now, you can see that this is what this looks like. So I would really like to start styling everything. First of all, I want this entire container, so pretty much everything, to take up the entire available space, so 100% of the space. Then I want to have this text to the left and this girl aligned to the right. So basically those ones sitting next to each other, and I want to use different colors for the text, and I want to have a different button style. So let's start by creating a height and a width of 100% by saying that this wrapper div right here has a class name of styles.container. We don't have the styles object yet, so we need to create it. But in order to get this one, we first need to create a specific style sheet, a styles module to be precise, for our homepage. So let's go to our CSS folder and let's say home.module.css. And now we're going to import the styles by saying import styles from home dot, or in our case, let's go dot dot slash because we need to go one level up. Navigate to our CSS folder, home.module.css. And now styles should be available. Let's create .container styles. We want to say that the width is 100% and the height is 100 viewport height. We want to have overflow of hidden, like so. So this entire container, so essentially everything, takes up 100% of the available width and height. Now I want this container, so the subcontainer right here, that includes this text right here, as well as this image, to take up 80% of the available space, for example. And I want to use a flexbox so they align next to each other. So I'm going to say that this container right here, below the navbar, has a class name of styles.subcontainer. I'm going to target our .subcontainer within our home.module.css. I'm going to say that I want to have a width of 80%, margin auto to center it. As you can see, I want to have a display of flex. So now they're aligned next to each other. And for the margin, I'm actually going to say auto
for left and right, but to the top I want to have a little bit of margin. So I'm going to say, let's use 80 pixels top, right auto, 0 bottom, left auto. Let me save that one. And now we are getting this effect right here. And I also want to align all of the items to the center. And instead of 80 pixels, I'm probably going to use 40 and align items off center. So now we get this effect right here. And that right here was probably not perfect. I'm just going to replace this with auto for now. So we're getting this effect. Now let's start to style this text right here. Let's go to our home.jsx and let's give every single element a class. So class name is styles.subheading, because right now this here is going to be our h2 and this here is going to be our h1. So our h1 will have the name styles.heading. This here is going to have the class name styles.subheading, and this here is going to have the class name of styles.infotext, for example. Now let's target all of this. So .subheading within our home.module.css will have a color of var. Let's use -- primary minus color. We're getting this color because we defined that one as a variable within our index.css, so main color. Let's take a look. You can see that we're actually this main color though, so I have to get this as main color. I'm going to replace primary color, and now we're getting this effect. I also think that a font weight of 400 would be a little bit better. And actually, let me try 500. So now this looks pretty good in my opinion. I want to say .heading will have a font size of 3 rem. I also want to have a color of var -- main color. And actually I'm going to use 4 rem. And for the paragraph, so for .info text, I'm going to use a font size of maybe 0.9 rem and a color of var of main color as well. Let's take a look at the page so you can see that we're getting this effect. But I also think that this text right here takes up too much space. So I'm going to say that the max width is going to be 60 characters and the normal width is going to be 100%. So if there is space available, which is less than 60 characters, then take up all of the available space. But if there's space available and you reached 60 characters, then go into a new line. And now we're getting this effect. I also want to have a little bit of space between those items. So for this flexbox, for the subcontainer, I need to say justify content, space between, to get some space between those items, like so. And now I would like to have a different color for designer right here. So for this designer word. So I'm going to put this designer word instead of a span. And I'm going to give this span a class name of styles.purple, for example. I'm going to target .purple within our home.module.css. So .purple will have a color of var of -- let's take a look, -- text color. So I want to use -- text minus color. I'm going to save that one and we're getting this effect. I think we could use a little bit more space between all of those elements right here. So what we can do in order to fix that one is we can just say that our info text in this case will have a margin top of maybe 15 pixels and a margin bottom of maybe 10 pixels. So now we're having a little bit more space, and I think this looks a little bit better. Now we also need to style our buttons though. And to style our buttons, we will go to our button.jsx and we will create a new CSS file, a new module to style this button. So I'm going to say button.module.css. I'm going to import this module within our button. So import styles from /css/button.module.css. And as a class name, let me just use styles.btn and let me say button filled. And the reason that we're going to use button filled is because I want to create two different button styles. I want to create one style button filled and I want to create one style button outline. But let's for now start with a button filled. So .button filled will have a background and I want to use var of -- main color right here for the background. And I want to use a color of white. Let's take a look at that. So you can see we're getting this effect right now. I would also like to use a font weight of bold, a padding top bottom of 10 pixels, left right of 40 pixels, a border minus radius of 5 pixels, a cursor of pointer, and let me save that one.
And now we're getting this effect right here already. I think the border looks pretty terrible. So I'm going to say border 0. And for the padding, I'm maybe even going to use 50 pixels right here. So we're getting this effect. For the font size, I'm going to use 0.9 rem. I always think this looks a little bit better. 0.73. And this should be about alright. But now I also want to create an outline button. So how can we do that? We could, for example, say that we accept a property right here that has the name outline, so a prop to be precise. And if outline is going to be equal to true, then we want to use styles.button outline. Otherwise, we want to use styles.button filled. So we need to create this outline class. So dot button outline. And let's just copy all of those ones right here. And let's just adjust a couple of those settings. So we do not need a background in that case. We want to have a border of 1 pixel solid. And we want to use var. And as a color, we want to use this text color right here. So dash dash text minus color. For the color, I want to use the same color. So for the text color, so I'm going to replace white with our variable as well. And I think this should already be about it. So now all we have to do to get this outline style, we just need to set this outline property to true. So let's go to home.module.css, or to be precise, to our home page. And when passing our button right here, or when using our button right here, we need to pass the outline property and set that one to true. But I actually want to set it to true for our second button, so for this button. And now we're having this outline button. But actually the background, maybe we have to set it because it has this weird gray. So I'm going to say the background is going to be white. So now we're having this white button. Maybe we want to have a little bit of spacing between those buttons. And a lot of people would just add some spacing for every single button right here. So you could, of course, say, okay, margin left 20 pixels, margin left like so. And now this would work. But actually, this is a terrible way of doing it, because maybe later on you want to use the same button on a different page. And then every single button has a margin left, which you obviously do not want. Maybe you want to use the other button on the other page with a different amount of margin, for example. So in order to style this properly, we're going to go to our home.jsx. We're going to wrap those buttons within another div. Instead of this div, we are having the buttons, and this div will now have a class name of styles.button container, for example. Now I'm going to copy this button container and I create a style for this button container of display flags, and I will just add a gap of 20 pixels. So now we're having a gap between those buttons. And now I could also say, let me give that one, this button container, a margin top of 20 pixels. And let's maybe even use 30 like so. And you can see we're getting this effect. Now, right below those buttons, I would like to have a couple of icons that redirect the user to Instagram, Twitter, and so on, for example. And since we want to use this component a couple of times, again, we have to create a component right here. So we can say this is going to be our social icon.jsx const social icon is going to be equal to this arrow function right here. I'm going to return a div. I'm going to export default social icon like so. And now I want to use the social icon 3 times on our home page. So right here I create a div, and inside of this div I want to have the social icon component, and I'm going to use it 3 times. And right now we only have an empty div. So I want to use a couple of icons, so I'm going to use React icons. I'm going to select React icons preview for IO. And I probably want to have an icon for Instagram, so I'm going to type Instagram right here. And I think FA Instagram looks pretty good. So I'm just going to import that icon on top right here. And now I want to pass this icon to our icon component. So how can I actually do this? I could say that I want to accept the icon right here within our social icon component as a prop. So I can say icon. Within this div, I'm just going to render my icon. And now I can, for example, say, let me close that one. For our home page, I'm going to pass to the first icon, for example, as a prop icon, or to the prop icon, my icon component, like so. So now If we go to our page, you can see that we're getting the error because we did not install React icons yet. So npm I React -icons, which will install React icons. I'm going to save this. And now the error is gone. And you can see that we're having this icon right here. Now I can do the exact same for Twitter, for example. So let's search for Twitter right here. And I'm actually going to use X as an icon because that should currently be the Twitter icon. I'm going to import that one right here as well. And now, as an icon, let me just copy and paste that one in here. Instead of FA Instagram, I'm going to pass FAX Twitter right here. And now for the third one, we could, for example, say that we want to use YouTube. Doesn't really matter too much. So let me get this YouTube icon. Going to import that one right below as well. Actually, I can import that one right here. Can remove it right here. And now I'm just going to pass this component, this FA YouTube component, to our third social icon. Now let's take a look at our page. So this is what this looks like. Now I want to have a slightly different style. So I'm going to create a basic style for all of the icons within our social icon.jsx. First of all, I of course need to create a style sheet for this component. So I'm going to say icon.module.css. I'm going to import that icon CSS file instead of our social icon.jsx. So import styles from /css/icon.module.css. And right here I use a class name of styles.icon, for example. Let me target .icon within our icon.module.css, and let's use a font size of 2 rem, so you just see how this works. And as you can see now, our icons are a little bit bigger. And the reason for this is that React icons are essentially just fonts if you want to think about it like that. So I can use font size to increase the size of an icon from React icons. And I'm going to use 1.2 or 1.3 rem in our case. Let's actually use 1.5 rem. So this looks pretty good to me. Now I would also like to have a little bit of padding into every single direction of maybe 10 pixels. I want to have a border of 1 pixel, solid, and I want to use a variable that is our -- main color. Or I want to use this variable as a color, to be precise. So now we're having this effect. I want to have a border minus radius of 50%, so the border is completely round. Now I also want to use display flex, justify content center, align item center to align the icon in the center. And for the width, I'm just going to use fit content, like so. And now we're getting this effect. And I actually think the icon could be a little bit smaller, so I'm just going to use 1.4. And I think this looks pretty good. Now I also want to make sure that this right here is a link, because I also want to redirect the user later on to a different page. So I'm going to import the link from React routed DOM, like so. So we're getting this effect. And now we are having this effect, and we should actually also change the color. So icon.module.css, let's use a color of var of -- main minus color. We're getting this effect right here. And actually I think I'm just going to use 1.2 rem. And we're getting this effect, and I think this looks pretty good. Now for every single social icon, we also need to accept the link. So where should this link point to? And we're going to say 2 is going to be equal to this link that we pass as a prop later on. And for the target, I'm also going to use underline blank. So we open this page within a new tab. Now this is what our page looks like, but I want to have those icons next to each other. And now we will do that within our home page. So I give this div right here a class, or a class name of styles.icon container. Within our home.module.css, right here, I'm going to create the icon container, display flex, gap 20 pixels. Let me show it to you. And maybe 20 pixels is a little bit too much, so let's probably use 13, like so. We're getting this effect, and this looks pretty good, but I also want to have a little bit more margin to the bottom of the buttons or to the top of the icon container. Doesn't matter, but I'm going to use for the button container, since I have a margin top already over there, I'm going to add a margin bottom of also 30 pixels. And now we're having this effect right here. Now I of course also need to define a link. So let me just use a placeholder, instagram.com. It doesn't really matter too much. Feel free, if you want to create this web page for real, feel free to use real links, but in our case, we're just going to link to Instagram for every single one. So 2 is going to be equal, our link is going to be equal because that was our property name, to Instagram. And let me just use the same link for all of those ones. Of course, you could use YouTube and Twitter right here. Let's go to our page. Let's press this one and this should redirect us to Instagram within a new tab, and it does. And same goes for the other two because we're linking to Instagram when clicking every single icon. And at this point, the only thing that is missing is a working button. So when we click this button at the moment, nothing is really happening. And in our case, we want to redirect the user to our team and our contact page. So I'm going to create the functions that we defined previously right here. And we can do so by saying that we create a navigate hook, or that we use the navigate hook to create navigation. So const navigate is going to be equal to use navigate, like so. And once the user clicks on the first button, for example, we want to call handle go to about. And right here, we can just call navigate and say, let's go to /team. And the same now goes for handle go to contact. So we can just paste this navigate hook right here, or this navigate variable. And in this case, we're going to redirect to contact. Let me save that one. Once we click about, you can see that we're going to the about page, so to our team page, and contact, we're getting to our contact page. Let's keep going by creating the teams section. So let's go to teams.jsx. Right here, I want to create a div where we will display our team and have a heading as well as a text. For the heading and the text, I will create a separate component because I want to use the exact same heading later on for our contact page as well. So I'm going to go to components. I create heading.jsx as a component. Const heading is going to be equal to an arrow function. I'm going to return a div for now. Export default heading. And now I will use this heading on our contact page and on our team page. So heading right here. I need to import that one from /components/heading. And now I will do the exact same already for our contact page because we need to do this later on anyways. So heading right here, and it's going to be a / closing tag. Now I will also pass some props. The first one is going to be the heading, which is going to be equal to our team, for example. And then I will also pass a text, for example, that will be equal to welcome to our little team. It doesn't matter too much. And now let's create this heading. So heading.jsx, we get props. The first one is going to be the heading, and the second one is going to be the text. Our heading will be within nh1. So I'm just going to output the heading right here, and our text will be right below instead of a paragraph, like so. Let's take a look at the page. So let's go to team. You can see that we're having this effect right here. This obviously doesn't look too good yet, but we can fix it in a second by creating styles for our heading. So I'm going to say import styles from, and now we need to create a CSS file. So heading.module.css, and I'm going to import the styles for heading.jsx from /css/heading.module.css. For the first one, I'm going to use a class name of styles.heading, and for the second one, I'm going to use a class name of styles.text. So I need to create those classes, so .heading and .text. That one will have a color of var of -- main color, I think, and this one will have a color of var of -- main color as well. So as you can see, we're getting this effect. For this entire component, I want to use a container. So .container, I want to have text align of center. Text align of center, like so. And I need to use this container for the div. So class name styles.container. Let's save that one. So we're now having our heading aligned to the center, and maybe I want to have a little bit more margin to the top of our text. So for text, I say margin top of 10 pixels, for example. So now we're getting this effect. So now right below our heading on the team page, I want to have a couple of cards, and every card should display one single team member. So I'm going to create another div, and inside of this div, I will have all of those cards. So I'm going to create a new component. Card.jsx const card is going to be equal to an arrow function. I'm going to return a div for now. Export default card. And now I will use this card 4 times because we will have 4 team members later on. So right here, I have 4 cards. And every single card will accept as a prop an image, a name, a description. And for now, this is going to be it. Now, inside of this card, we're going to use an image tag. The source is going to be equal to the image that we accept right here as a prop. Right below, I want to have a paragraph. Inside of this paragraph, I want to display the name of the person. And right below, I will display the description. I also want to have an icon container that displays all of the social icons. So I can just, again, reuse our social icon component by saying social icon. And I want to have them 3 times, like so. Every social icon component expects to get a link and an icon. So I somehow need to pass that icon from our team component to our card component, and from our card component to our social icon component, as you can see. So icon and link. So I can do so by saying icon is going to be equal to icon and link is going to be equal to link. In our case, this is not enough because we have 3 different links. So we need to accept 3 different links right here as well. The first one should be our Insta link. The second one should be our Twitter link. So I need to say this here is Twitter link. And this one is YouTube link. And this here can also not only be an icon, but this in fact needs to be an Insta icon, a YouTube icon, and a Twitter icon. And now I need to accept all of those ones as props as well. So I need Insta icon, Insta link, YouTube icon, YouTube link, and Twitter icon and Twitter link. So you can see that we are just passing a lot of props from top to bottom right now. So first of all, let's just copy all of those props and let's use them when creating a card. So team.jsx, I'm going to use all of those props right here. Image is going to be equal to an image. We don't have this image yet, so let's just keep this empty. Our name is going to be equal to Anna, for example. Description is going to be equal to CEO, for example. Insert icon, let's leave that empty for now. Same goes for this, for this, for this, for this, and for this. So now we first need to get an image, and we maybe want to use an image from our images folder. So right here, let's use team1.jpg. So import team1 from /images/team1.jpg. And let's also just import every single image because we will need them later on anyways. So team1, 2, 3, and 4. So now we can just use team1 right here. We also need to get the Insta icon as well as the Instagram link. So let's go to our homepage because I think we defined them already here. So let's just import FA Instagram, FA YouTube, FA Twitter. And let's also import them right here. And now I'm going to use FA Instagram for our Insta icon, like so. I'm going to use FA YouTube for our YouTube icon, like so. And I'm going to use FAX Twitter for our Twitter icon. Now for the link, let me just copy the link that we used right here. So let's just always pass Instagram. Of course, in a real app, you would use a different link for every single person that links every single individual Instagram profile. So it would, for example, be something like Instagram.com/Anne, whatever. Doesn't matter, but you get the idea. And then for the second card, for example, if the card is for Peter, you would use something like /Peter, for example. But you get the idea. You would use individual links for every single person. And you could, of course, also use individual icons, but in our case, it might make more sense to use the exact same icons for every single person, because Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter should look the exact same for everyone. Now for the YouTube link, let's also just make this simple and let's use Instagram as a placeholder link. Let's save this one. And now I'm just going to copy, paste this card a couple of times. And now we should already see the effect. But as you can see, our entire style is pretty off because we did not style this card yet. So let's style the card right now. Let's go to card.jsx. Let's create a style. So card.module.css. And for our card, so for this entire card, let's first of all say that we want to use a class name of styles.container we don't have the styles object yet, so import styles from /css/ and now we're going to get our card.module.css. First of all, we should create a container. So .container will have a width of 100%, but a max width of maybe 400 pixels. I want to have a little bit of padding of maybe 30 pixels, a border minus radius of 10 pixels, a box minus shadow of 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, RGBA 0000.4. So we're going to get a black box shadow. And right now we're only defining the outline. So we're only defining this right here. You can see that our image takes up way too much space. And the reason for this is that we defined the width for our container, but we did not yet say that the image should only take up 100% of the width, of the available width, so of the container width. So we should probably do that next. So let's give our image a class name of styles.image, for example. Now let's target .image and let's just say take up 100% of the available space, but don't take up more than 100% of the available space. And as you can see now, the image only takes up 100% of the available space. Also, I think this entire card is a little bit too big, so I'm going to say that the width right here is going to be 250 pixels. For padding, I'm probably going to use 40 pixels. So we're having this effect. For our image, I'm going to use a width of 100%, but I'm going to use an aspect ratio of 1:1 and object fit of cover, so it doesn't stretch. And now we're getting this cool effect. I also want to have a border minus a radius of maybe 10 pixels as well. So we're getting this effect. And now I want to have everything else centered. So I'm going to use text align of center by default. So now our text is centered. And now we should also use a class for our name and a class for our text. So styles.name. And for the description, let's use class name of styles.description, for example. So our .name class should have a font weight of bold, a font size of 1.2 rem, and maybe a color of bar -- main minus color. So we're getting this effect right now. And .description should be a lot smaller. So font size 0.8 rem, for example. I want to have a color, and maybe I'm just going to use gray. And actually, I think this right here looks already pretty good. Now I also want to have the icons aligned next to each other. So we can create an icon container right here. So class name styles.icon container. I'm going to save that icon container and paste it in here. And I'll say display is going to be flex, gap 10 pixels, justify content center. So now everything is centered, as you can see. And I want to use a margin top of maybe 20 pixels. So this is the effect that we are looking for. And as you can see, if we are clicking on this icon, this also seems to work. Even though we're always getting redirected to Instagram, but that was the behavior that we just defined. So this seems to work as well. And now, of course, I want to have those cards next to each other, and I want to use different images. So this is pretty simple. We are pretty much done with our card because we do not want to modify our card to create all of the other styles from this point on, because that is the responsibility of our team section. So we are going to go in here and say class name styles.card container. We don't have a style sheet yet for team, so we need to create that one. So instead of our CSS folder, let's create team.module.css. We're going to take this card container and target that one. This place is going to be flex, justify content, space between. Let me show you. Styles is not defined. Okay, that is a problem because we did not import it yet. So import styles from /css/team.module.css. So now style should be defined, and you can see we're getting this result. But maybe the width of this container is a little bit too much. So let me go and use width of 70%. I also want to have a margin of auto, so it's centered. And I want to use a little bit of margin to the top, and I want to have it centered. So top, I'm going to use 50 pixels, right auto, 0 bottom, and auto right here. So left auto. Let me show you. So this is what this looks like. And now I want to use different images and different text. So what can I do? I can just go ahead and now I can say this here is team 2, team 3, and team 4. So now we use different images, and maybe there's going to be Peter, Adam, and whatever. It doesn't really matter too much. So Peter, programming, Steven, sports, science, and let's use biochemistry for Paul. And now we have those 3 persons. Now let's say our entire team section will have a little bit more margin to the top. So I can just create right here another style of styles.container, for example. So team.module.css will get the container class that will add a margin top of maybe 100 pixels. And I think this looks pretty much all right. Now the contact page is still left, so let's create the contact page next. Let's save all of this and close this so this looks a little bit better. And let's go to the contact.jsx page. Right here again, we can also use the header or the heading right here that we created previously for our team page. And we also need to use heading right here. This one is responsible for displaying contact us, and the text is going to be equal to feel free to ask us anything, for example. Let's save this one. Let's go to contact, and you can see that we're getting this result. And right below, I now want to display a contact page or an input field essentially. And that is pretty simple. Let's first of all create a couple of input fields for name, email, and message. So let's create a new component, input.jsx const input is going to be equal to this arrow function. We are going to return an input at this point and export default input. What does a normal input field need? It needs a type, of course, and maybe this type is different for every single input field. So let's say type will be expected via props. We maybe also want to expect a placeholder. So we can define different placeholders for all of the different input fields, like so. We need to expect a value, and we need to expect a set function to set this value, like set email, set username, and so on. And we're going to say that the value is going to be equal to the value that we expect via props. And on change, we're going to get an event, and we're going to call set value and pass e.target.value. So the value that the user entered right here. Now let's test this. So on our contact page, let's create another div for our form. And I'm going to import our input right here that we created. And this input expects a couple of different props. So let's create 2 imports for now. So you can see we're not seeing anything. So first of all, the type is going to be equal to text or to email for the first one. Or let's actually use text because that one will be responsible for the name. Placeholder will be full name, for example. Now let me just copy that one, paste it in here. This type will be of type email, and the placeholder will be email. So we're getting this effect, so it seems to work up to this point, but now we also need to keep track of the state. So const name set name is equal to useState. We're going to initialize with an empty string. Const email set email is going to be equal to useState. We're going to initialize with an empty string again. And for the value, I'm now going to pass my name right here. And for set value, I'll pass our set name function right here. And for our email, the value is going to be email, and set value is going to be equal to set email. So now we should be able to track all of this. But of course, the input fields look absolutely terrible. So we need to create a style sheet for our input.jsx. So input.module.css, we need to import that one within our JSX component. So import styles from /css/input.module.css. And now let's just say that our input has a class name of styles.input, for example. And .input will, for example, have a width of 100%, padding 10 pixels, outline of none, border of 1 pixel, solid, and we are going to use --main minus color, I think was the name. So we're getting this effect right here. For the border radius, let me use 5 pixels. And actually I think I'm just going to use some form of light gray. Maybe like this. And I think this could actually even look a little bit better. Maybe it's going to be a little bit darker than that. But I think this should work. And now let me also use a text area. So let's create a new component. Text area.jsx const text area is going to be equal to this arrow function. I'm going to return a text area like so. Export default text area. And again, the text area is actually pretty similar to the input. We are just going to expect a placeholder, a value, and a set value. But we do not need a type because the text area is always a text area. So placeholder is going to be equal to placeholder. Value is going to be equal to value. Set value is going to be, or onChange to be precise, going to be equal to set value e.target.value. So this is actually pretty much the same. And actually let me also just use the same style sheet because I think it's probably pretty unnecessary to get a different style sheet for our text area since it's basically an input field. So import styles from /input.module.css, and as a class name I'm just going to use styles.textArea. Let me copy that one, and right below .input let me create .textArea. I'm going to use the probably exact same styles, but I'm going to say that the height is 250 pixels. So now let me import the text area within our contact.jsx. So right below text area, like so. Again, we need a state to keep track of the message. So const message set message is going to be equal to useState. And the value for our text area is going to be message. And set value is going to be equal to set message. The placeholder is going to be equal to message, for example. And I'm not sure whether there's something missing. Let's take a look. But yeah, we defined all of the props. So this should work. So now this is the effect. And maybe the text area is a little bit too high. Let's use 180, for example. And I think this is okay. So now obviously this form is way too big, but we should not change the input field to change that and set a certain width for our input field, but we should use the container of the input field to restrict the width, because the input field always takes up 100% of the container width. And if we have a smaller container, then we can therefore limit the width of the input field. So class name styles.formContainer. And now, of course, I need to import styles. So we need to create a style sheet for our contact.jsx. So instead of our CSS folder, let's say contact.module.css. I'm going to create .formContainer. I say width is going to be equal to 100%, but I will have a max width of 500 pixels. So let me save that one. We need to import the styles. So import styles from .css/contact.module.css. So we're importing our style sheet. And now you can see this is the effect that we're getting. Also for the text area, I want to have a resize of none because I think this resize looks pretty bad. So input.module.css resize none. So now it's not possible to resize the text area anymore. Now I want to have this entire form centered, and I want to have a little bit of gap between those individual input elements. So contact.module.css, let's use a margin of auto so it's centered. And I want to use display of flex, but flex direction of column, so nothing should change. But now I can use the gap property, since this is a flex box, of 10 pixels, for example. For this entire form, I want to have a little bit of margin to the top. So margin minus top 50 pixels. That's the effect that we're getting. And actually, I think that the max width of 500 pixels is a little bit too much. So let's use 400. And I think this looks a little bit better. Right below, I would also like to have a button. So I'm just going to import a button that we already defined. So contact.jsx. Right below, let's use a button like so. What does our button expect? Let's go to button.jsx. So let's take a look at the component, and we need text, on click, and we need to define outline. So whether it's an outline button or not. Within our contact.jsx, let's at least has text and on click. text is going to be equal to submit form, and onClick is going to be equal to handle submit. We need to define this method, const handle submit, which is going to be equal to an empty arrow function. And actually this will stay an empty arrow function because usually you would need a backend to store the data somewhere. Since we do not have this backend, we're just going to use a placeholder function. And as you can see, this is what the button looks like. So right below this form container, I'm going to create another div. And inside of this div, I want to have p of name. So npc codes is the name, for example. And I want to have a little bit of info text, the best coding channel out there. So I'm going to save that one. So we are having this right here, but I want to have this centered as well. So let me give that one a class name of styles.info container. This here will have a class name of styles.name. Right below, I'm going to use class name of styles.info. So let me give that info container within our contact.module.css. So I'm going to use text align of center to align the items to the center, so this works. Now I'm going to use a margin top of maybe 20 pixels, like so. And now let me also style the name and the info. So .name, font weight, bold, font size 2 rem, color, var, -- main minus color. And actually I think this is a little bit too big, so I'm going to use 1.5 rem. So I think this looks pretty good. And now I also want to use a different color for this paragraph. And in fact, I'm going to take a look at my index.css. We didn't use this accent color yet, so maybe let's use that one for .info color var -- accent minus color, like so. And this actually looks terrible, so I'm probably not going to use that one. I'm just going to use gray, and I'll take a lighter version of gray. Let's use a slightly darker value and a font weight of bold and a font size of 0.9 rem. And actually for info, I'm just going to say coding channel, for example. Let me save that one, and we're getting this effect right here. And actually it's a little bit too dark right now, so I'm going to go slightly lighter. So this is the effect that we're getting right now. Actually this looks, let me remove that right here. And I'm going to use an even slightly lighter gray, and I'm going to use 1.7. So now this looks kind of right. Obviously this is not a 10 out of 10, but this works. And now I also want to have the icons to the bottom. So maybe the social media icons for the entire company. And we can do so by just creating another div. And again, we need to import our icon component that we created previously. So we can actually just go to our homepage and just copy this icon component right here. So right here, like so. Of course, we need to import social icon, and we need to import the icons. So let's just go to our homepage again and just copy Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and social icon. So let's copy, paste that one to the top right here, and now everything should work. We are seeing those icons right here, but of course we also need to create a wrapper div that has a class name of styles.icon container, like so. And for the icon container, let's go to contact.module.css. We're going to have display flex, gap 10 pixels, and justify content center, for example. So now we're getting this effect, and let's also have some margin top of 20 pixels. And I think this here is kind of alright. This entire contact form could also need some space to the top, so I'm just going to go to contact.jsx. Let me take a look for this entire div. I'm going to create a class name of styles.container. Let's say .container will get, so .container will get margin top. And actually I want to use the same margin that I've used for team. So I'm going to go to our team.module.css, and I'm just going to copy that line right here. So contact.module.css container will have a margin top of 100 pixels, like so. So now you can see this is our team page and this is our contact page. And if you take a look at the page, this is now our home page, this is our team page, and this is our contact page. And we just used React to create all of this within probably 1.5 hours.